If you haven't hit your clicker, please do. We're going to start the meeting. As a reminder, your attendance is set. As a reminder, your attendance is set by the sign-in when you come in. However, we're going to use it as a clicker test. If we're going to use our clickers now, we'll scroll through when it's done. And if you have any issues, please notify the clerk of the meeting, who is in pink today, in the back. It looks nice against the red. You want to scroll?
Sure. Coming in.
This Sunday marks Mother's Day, a national holiday to honor mothers, held on the second Sunday in May. Thank you to President Woodrow Wilson in 1914, that became a holiday. As we pay at this time to national holidays, typically when they're coming near, I felt it was important to recognize all the mothers who are with us this evening. It does not get said enough, but the time that you give here and for our community, taking time away from your children, grandchildren, fur babies, etc. It is important and critical to what successful representative government looks like. When I was doing my deep thinking, as I discussed on night one, I asked one of my daughters if I should keep volunteering. I know I would have had to miss critical moments in my kiddos next year if I stayed as your moderator, moments I could never get back. Her words of advice are important for every mother and female in this room to hear. She told me to stay, to stay. She further elaborated that she thought that if I left, someone would follow my lead. This past week, a handful of the women in this room noted the truth in that statement. It is not easy staying, but being here, casting our votes, representing mothers, other females in our precincts is critical to building a government that represents our community accurately. Remember your sacrifices and your dedication to the women and children of our community by being here. It has value. With much gratitude, we hope that you have a wonderful Mother's Day. The 2024 Spring Town Meeting, Night 4, will please come to order. Town meeting representing 100 members for a quorum and having 129 in attendance. Thank you. I see there's a sufficient number of members present to permit us to open to the meeting, and I do so declare. Welcome all to our town meeting members. Welcome back. I also noticed that we have teachers in the audience. Welcome and thank you for joining us. I also want to welcome again members of our town staff, members of boards and committees, town consultants, and article presenters, as well as residents and other visitors who have all joined us tonight. Welcome one and all. I am Heather Von Mering, your town meeting moderator. Please refer to me as Madam Moderator going forward. We will continue our meeting tradition with the Pledge of Allegiance. For those members who would like the option to join me, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. The orders of events tonight are a little bit flexible. A lot of new information has come in on what is coming before you. So with that, we're going to continue on the yellow sheet with Article 28, starting with Motion 29, the education line item. However, before we proceed with that, I believe Senator Lewis has new information for this body. Is Senator Lewis with us?
Well, thank you, Madam Moderator, and we're certainly all glad you stayed. All right, well, good evening, town meeting members. I'm Jason Lewis. I'm a Precinct 3 town meeting member. I also have the privilege of being one of your state senators. Some members of the school committee and the moderator reached out to me earlier today because they understood there was some updated state budget information and thought that it would be helpful if I shared that with the town meeting members, which I'm more than happy to do. The state budget process begins, it's typically about a 6-month process. It begins in January when the governor proposes a budget for the next fiscal year. We're currently working on the fiscal year 25 budget, which, as you know, starts July 1st. And then there's a process by which that budget gets reviewed and analyzed, and there's public hearings and lots of different stakeholders weigh in. The House of Representatives debates the budget and passes it in late April. So that happened a few weeks ago. And then the state Senate takes up the budget later this month of May. The budget then gets, there's a reconciliation process to work out the differences between the House and the Senate. And then that gets sent to Governor Healy for her review and signature, which hopefully takes place by the end of June before the new fiscal year starts. So this, the numbers can be in flux throughout this process, and the town of Winchester, just like other cities and towns, has to build in certain assumptions because the town is obviously working on its budget, over that same time period. So the numbers that are used by Winchester and really by all municipalities when they start building their budget are typically based on the governor's proposed budget at the beginning of the year back in January. And the biggest share of funding from the state for all of our cities and towns is our public school funding, which is known as the Chapter 70 program. It's a very complex formula which calculates the amount of state aid, Chapter 70 aid, that will be provided each fiscal year to each community. But one thing that our state does, which is not typical in many other states, is we ensure that every community gets at least a minimum increase in their state aid, no matter what the formula calculates for them. So that minimum amount, which is on a per pupil basis, in Governor Healy's budget back in January, she proposed to make that $30 per pupil. When the House of Representatives debated the budget, they know how important school funding is to all of our communities, especially right in times like this when budgets are very tight, and they increased that amount to $104 per pupil minimum aid. The new news is that the state Senate Ways and Means Committee, which I have the privilege of serving on, just released the Senate's proposed budget on Tuesday this week, and they followed the lead of the House in also setting that minimum aid per pupil to $104. So that makes it almost certain that the final budget that will go to the governor will include that amount of funding, that $104 minimum aid per pupil. So what that means for Winchester is the amount of Chapter 70 aid that was in the governor's budget, which the town budget by the town manager, the select board, the finance committee built the town's budget on, was $10.4 million. And the amount of Chapter 70 aid that we now expect the town will be receiving, again, based on what was in the budget that the House already passed and which the Senate will be debating and passing the week after next, is $10.7 million. So more specifically, it's an additional $322,000. So that's the difference now in the state aid, the Chapter 70 aid that Winchester is expecting to receive from the state for the fiscal year 25 starting July 1st. It's an additional $322,000. So hopefully that information is helpful for tonight's deliberations, and thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. At this time, your moderator has been informed that the Finance Committee would like to make a modification to their motion to take into account that funding that Senator Lewis just discussed. I'm going to ask the meeting to waive the 7-day notice on the motion language. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the language is being changed. For those who have your pens out, I'm going to give you the new language if you'd like to write it down. It is moved and seconded. Hold on, give me a second, actually. Well, that's if we're going to amend it on the floor. We're just going to take it right now. It is moved and seconded that $66,144,295 be appropriated to Department 3110 Education, with $66,144,295 being appropriated to expenses, with $66,023 coming from free cash, and expected state revenue, specifically additional Chapter 70 funds. And $321,604 from expected state revenue, specifically additional Chapter 70 funds. All set? Okay. At this time, we're going to allow the Finance Committee to talk about this motion. From there, we'll hear from the Select Board and then the School Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Town Meeting, and thank you, Senator Lewis, for that great information. So, new information coming in, I thought it'd be helpful just to lay out in very simple terms where we are. So, working down from our initial recommendation, updates from the school committee findings, savings, and this additional Chapter 70 money, our amount at issue here is $66,000. And the Finance Committee, we voted, unanimously supports this increase of our own budget. So I'm not sure how many times that's been stated. So I do want to say, you know, Senator Lewis saying almost certainty that that money will come in. We had a conversation with the school committees that if it is light by chance, 10,000, 20,000, whatever it is, we have $400,000 in our reserve fund, and we will work with the school committee to make sure their adjusted budget is fully funded. So I'd like to thank the Select Board for collaboration, the School Committee for collaboration, and the Finance Committee. This job is not easy. We talk about collaboration a lot. I think we have an opportunity to demonstrate collaboration, taking in new information, and working together to get to the right outcome. So we fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Finance Committee. May we hear a recommendation from the Select Board?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board voted unanimously to support the amended motion.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the School Committee?
Yeah, the school committee is very appreciative of the work of the Finance Committee, and we had a meeting of the minds to fully fund the budget that we voted, and we fully support this and appreciate that you would do the reserve funds transfer if needed. So we appreciate that and we support it.
Thank you. At this time, town meeting members, if you have any questions or comments on the school budget, please make your way to the microphones. Seeing no one rise, I believe town meeting is ready for the vote. All those in favor of motion 29 of Article 28? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimous, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion 30 of Article 28, it is moved and seconded that $278,993 be allocated to Department 3610 Vocational Education, with $278,993 being appropriated to expenses. It is my understanding that the Select Board, School Committee, and the Finance Committee are recommending favorable action on this line item. Any questions or comments from town meeting members? All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to undistributed. We are going to take up the recommendations from set 31 through 41. However, you'll hear, and I most likely will have to split those. At this time, can we hear from the Select Board? The recommendations on 31 through 41.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board voted favorable action on motions 31 through 34 and 36 through 41, and Thea Brady will be making a motion on item number 35.
Thank you. So we'll go through, and at that time, I'll take into consideration your motion when we get to 35. It is moved and seconded that $2,156,861 be appropriated to 1910 Energy, with $2,156,861 appropriated to expenses. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Motion 32. It is moved and seconded that $7,098,270 be appropriated to 9110 Contributory Retirement Department, with $7,098,270 being allocated to expenses. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. 33. It is moved and seconded that $350,000 be appropriated to Department 9120 Workers' Comp, with $350,000 being allocated to expenses. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Motion 34. It is moved and seconded that $80,000 be appropriated to 9130 Unemployment Compensation, with $80,000 being appropriated to expenses. Any questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. This time there's a motion to amend on number 35. Select Board member and representing town meeting member, Thea Brady.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board would like to make a motion to amend Article 28, Motion 35. The Health Insurance Stabilization Fund was created by a vote of town meeting in spring 2022. Further, on October 16, 2023, the Select Board adopted a policy regarding the use of the fund, including appropriating turnbacks from prior year's free cash as a funding source and using the funds to offset increasing health insurance costs. Per the policy, the process for using these funds includes a recommendation from the town manager to FinCom by February 15th, should these be a source of funding. Also per the policy, there is a recommended lower fund limit of 2% of the current year health insurance budget, which is $258,320. As of the end of March 2024, the Healthcare Stabilization Fund balance is $303,000. The Select Board's motion to amend Article 28, Motion 35, is to reflect $45,000 from the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund toward the annual health insurance budget and $205,000 from free cash.
Thank you. I didn't read it into the record, I believe. To the town clerk, did I read 35 into the record? Let me read it into the record, and then I'll do the motion to amend. It is moved and seconded that $13,895,550 be appropriated to Department 9140 Health Insurance, with $13,895,550 appropriated to expenses, with $250,000 from Health Stabilization Fund. There is a motion. Is there a second? Second. It is moved and seconded to amend Motion 35 by reducing the funds from the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund from $250,000 to $45,000. And $205,000 being appropriated from free cash. Any questions? Oh, may we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Oops, almost took the computer out. Finance Committee is opposed to this motion. We haven't seen the motion yet, but I'll try to explain why. This is a new policy created in October of '23 by the Select Board. The problem is with the minimum. So, the current budgeting process, the 2% minimum part of the new Select Board policy essentially creates a sock. We're going to have a sock with $250,000 or $300,000, I don't know what 2% of the amount is, with a lot of money in it. We're going to put that sock in a closet in Town Hall, and we're never going to use it. It's going to be there. This year, the current budgeting process is being operated by town management in a way that makes it sets up Finance Committee as the bad person. As we're chartered to recommend a balanced budget. Having $250,000 in a sock in Town Hall doesn't seem wise to us. We were given a $1.9 million deficit, and $300,000 is in the sock. So what we have said to town management is that in the fall, after we know how FY24 closes, after we know what reversions there were, after we know what our free cash position is after FY24 closes, we'll be in a position in the fall to put money back into this fund. So this is part of Finance Committee's effort to close a structural deficit that was presented to us. We are not against the Health Care Stabilization Fund. We're not opposed to the other additions that town meeting has made. This is your call. But there's no harm in balancing this budget with using that money in the sock. And if we never use the money in the sock, it will be there forever. Now is the time to use the money in the sock. We were given a $1.9 million deficit. We suggest and recommend the town meeting vote no on this amendment.
Questions or comments from town meeting members? If you can, if not, we can get a mic to you if you'd like. Just raise your hand. No, there's a lot of questions. All right, first up.
Good evening, Rich Mucci, Precinct 6. I will remind this body that last fall, I believe, I stood before this group, I've got the gray hair to prove it, about putting in a lot more money into the healthcare stabilization fund at that time. And what we were told by FinCom at that time was, we can always just take it from free cash if we need it. And that's exactly what the Select Board is doing right now. Once this money leaves the sock, it's gone forever. We're not going to replenish this fund. So using it and spending it wisely while we have additional free cash available is prudent financial policy by the Select Board. And I would remind this body of that conversation last year. It went on for a good solid half hour. I was standing there and answering questions. But town meeting voted to put the money into free cash and not into the stabilization fund. So we have a lot less money in there. And I'd ask you to appropriate the free cash as the Select Board suggests so that we do have some more money in the sock as these changes, ebb and flow over the next few years. And we have a dedicated fund for it while we have a plentiful amount of free cash.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Anthea Brady, Precinct 1, Select Board. So two just comments to the Finance Committee's recommendation. The money that is left in the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund at the 2% minimum is earning interest, which is specific to that fund, so it allows for additional money to be available, as Mr. Mucci just mentioned. Second, the policy that was voted on October 16th, 2023 was sent to the Finance Committee prior to the vote by the Select Board. The Finance Committee provided recommendations, which the Select Board agreed to in adopting the policy.
Thank you. Further on the question?
It's a question of clarification. Sally Dale, Precinct 7. I am confused by the summary that Anthea gave us, Select Board Member Grady, that I didn't understand the starting balance, or what the original funding into the stabilization fund was. And is this the first year that we are drawing from it? And are we leaving funds in that stabilization fund as what I would think of as a hedge against future incredibly hard increases in health insurance premiums?
Thank you. To the Select Board, can you please provide town meeting information on the Health Stabilization Fund and the policy that you have in terms of the balance drawing? Absolutely. We're going to redirect it to our comptroller. To our comptroller, can you provide town meeting more clarity on the Health Stabilization Fund, the policy, the balance, the
Yes.
drawing?
Good evening, town meeting members and staff committees. The very start of the fund was funded with free cash. We had some money left over from, I believe it was a reversion in the health insurance budget, and we decided to move it to create this fund, knowing that the health insurance premiums and costs have been on the rise, and we've been doing so many different planned, not so much planned changes, but doing whatever we can with our health insurance provider to keep the health care costs down for the employees and for the town. So we funded this back in the fall of 2022, I believe. I apologize for the dates, but it was with the free cash vote. We funded it. It's been sitting there. We haven't used anything yet. What the Select Board adopted was a guideline, and we did have the Finance Committee actually review it and make comments, and I believe we took most of their recommendations, or the Select Board took most of their recommendations into play when they finalized the guideline. It's new. We're still trying to figure out the best way to move money in and move money out, and leaving a 2% balance. The 2% is 2% of whatever the prior year budget was. So it ended up being, I think it's 238,000-ish for the, what we want to leave as a minimum, which is why the Select Board had recommended a motion to reduce it down to 45, so that we're not using 275,000 of the 300,000 that's sitting in that fund. So we would bring the balance down to 25 grand. And this type of fund can earn its own interest, and we have a little bit more flexibility in what we can invest in. I'm not going to get into the investments. That's not my role, but it does keep it aside, and it keeps it out of the general fund and will earn its own interest. So the idea is to kind of build this fund, knowing we're going to need money in the future. We tried, as Rich Mucci mentioned, to fund what we had left over in our health insurance budget last year to put into this fund to have it grow a little bit more. But the idea was to just use free cash if we need it. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, it does. A follow-up, if I may?
Follow-up?
Madam Auditor, so is the free cash amount that we're using here and other amounts of free cash that we have so far voted to be used in this town meeting of an amount that impacts our bond rating? Or are we working within a buffer zone of funding and we're still assured of a AAA?
Let me grab something.
To our comptroller, can you please provide town meeting information regarding the AAA bonding and the percentage required in our free cash versus how much we currently have?
In relation to the AAA bond rating, there are many factors that go into what makes us a AAA community, one of them being our operating reserves. Currently, our operating reserves, when we closed FY23, we were at 18%. And what our operating reserves are is general undesignated fund balance, meaning money that is not designated or committed for anything else at this time, plus what we have in our general stabilization fund balance. So that was a little over $20 million. And so as a percentage of our total revenues in FY23 was 18%. So it is a healthy reserve. However, when Moody's, our rating agency, compares us with all the other AAA communities across the country, they tell us that it's low. In Massachusetts, we have, I think we're rated a little bit differently when they look at our reserves just because of the nature of Massachusetts, and they've given us specific reasons. But all the other factors that come into play have risen and have sort of mitigated any sort of lack of reserves. At this time, We are voting, I think so far, we haven't voted a couple articles, but if all the free cash articles go through, we're at about $916,000. And what we've seen in the past is we've reverted at least $1 million a year with our unspent budgeted, with our unspent budgets, I should say. So I feel like this is within our range of, I don't want to call it the safety zone, but I think the idea is to use what you revert, and there's never a year we don't use free cash to help with some sort of project or article. And in the past, we've used free cash to balance the budget, but we've always, until we realize that we're going to be using a significant amount and we need a general operating override, that's when our concerns are. But as of right now, we're at $916,000.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To follow up on that, I believe there's a policy on the free cash, the minimum percentage. Can you please provide that?
Yes, it's not on free cash, it's on the operating reserves. Free cash is a component of the operating reserves, but the operating reserve policy that the board had adopted is to leave our operating reserves between 6 and 10%. And that's what the Moody's rating agency seems to think is too low, our policy. But we've come above our policy in the last several years. But we've done a lot of override planning in 2020 and 2019 and the prior years, knowing that we were kind of falling in the danger zone. We didn't want to go below our operating reserves percentages. So we planned an override, it passed, but we didn't think that we were going to get more than 3 years out of that operating override. But we've extended it. We know it's coming. We know that we're going to have a tough time balancing FY26, like what fiscal year are we in? FY26, FY27 to 28. So we're really going to start to hit the ground running with some operating override plans. And I think I'm safe to say that, just looking at what we have in the pipeline for growth.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Josh Beers, Precinct 7, and in my view, socks are actually quite a useful thing, given, one, if you can find them, or if you're like me, the dog doesn't eat them, and that they're relatively clean. But my concern about having this sock is it as fungible as free cash? So if you leave this extra $250,000 in there, and it turns out we need it for something else, and it's locked up in this sock that you can't open unless it's for the health insurance, which obviously is critical to the town, that makes me think, why not use the turnback that came from health insurance for health insurance, right? Which is kind of what we're doing here, is we're saying take it back out because we got it back, and we'll replenish it next year with any turnbacks we get. So in my view, like, the budget is the same, but I guess the question is this sock usable for other things that aren't healthcare? Insurance.
To the comptroller, can you please express the sponginess of the account?
Yeah, it has to be appropriated for health insurance-related costs, what's in that fund right now. And so, yes, you can, if we had a challenge of balancing the budget and not being able to figure out how to fund the health insurance increase, we would use free cash in its place if we had nothing in that fund.
But you can't use this thing for a different project that doesn't have enough funding.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Further on the question?
Mike Galvin, Precinct 2. Through you, Madam Moderator, to, I believe, the comptroller. If we set this money aside, you said we invest it differently. I'm sure we invest free cash. What kind of gain, what kind of difference in gain would we get?
Let's see. There are different rules with investing your general town taxpayer money versus trust funds, and this is a stabilization fund, so it's categorized as a trust fund. So you can invest in, I don't want to say risky investments, but it does expand what you can invest in. I don't know the specifics, but it does allow you to go beyond just the savings account and FDIC-insured accounts. We spread our money across a bunch of different bank accounts so that we get the protection, as much protection as we can. I think the treasurer had said safety first, like that. There's an acronym for it, and S is the safety. We want to make sure the money's safe first. And that's not that we don't want trust fund money to be safe, but we are allowed to expand what we can invest in.
And then I just had a different question about the fund. Do we have a policy on if healthcare insurance goes by a certain amount that would use the fund, or is it just?
Yes, I believe the guideline says if the health insurance costs increase over 5%, then the town manager will consider making a recommendation to the finance committee when they're in the middle of their budget planning.
Thank
or at the beginning?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mike Betancourt, Precinct 6. I think we discussed this a little bit in the fall, and we may not have had the right information presented to town meeting members when we showed 10 years of reversions, and I think it looked like we were flush with cash for a number of years. But what is actually true is that we were increasing the budget line each year. So we were adding more money to the budget, and we were getting some reversions, but we were spending more. And the truth is, with healthcare, we just don't know. We've seen over the past decade and more swings of 5% positive to 10% negative. The policy we created is there to stabilize the most important thing for recruitment and retention of our employees, which is healthcare. We want to keep people happy and healthy, and to make sure that anyone that works for the town is not making decisions about healthcare and other things in their life. So we looked at this 2%, and we looked across and figured that was a good baseline for us to put money in this fund. We should spend it when we need it, certainly, and I think the Finance Committee actually in the fall voted unanimously to put I think, John, 250 or so into the stabilization fund. So I think because it is a new policy, it's something that we need to have a conversation about, as John said, the willingness of FinCom to replenish it if we spend it in the prior fiscal year. But we need to have this there. When several years ago we had to come up with $1.5 million that wasn't budgeted, and we didn't have it because it was pre-override. We were faced with making a plan change, and that impacts the benefits that are going to our employees who are not ready for a change like that. So we've been creative over the years. We've been able to do it, but this stabilization fund is important for us to keep money there, especially if we move to the out years of an override as we're looking towards FY26 and FY27. There's going to be less free cash available because we're going to need more to balance our budget. Thank you.
Further on the question?
Great. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bill McPadden, Precinct 7, Salisbury Street. Just a couple questions. Shame on me. I left the old detail on everything and every number as to what it looked like last year and what it looks like this year. So what was last year's number, and what % increase are we talking about now? Is the first question.
Can you clarify last year's number on what?
On line item 35, what did we vote? And today we're voting for $13,895,000. What did we vote last year?
I have those numbers right here.
All right, from 2020, for fiscal year 2024? Yeah. Line item 35 for the health insurance? The voted?
Yeah, it's on page 30 of our budget book. The budget book before you has a table of all the undistributed amounts over the last 4 years. So in 2024, the budget for health insurance was $12,916,000. This year, FinCom approved $13,895,550, which is what the town manager recommended. What we did do is we took $250,000 from the stabilization fund to partially offset the just about $1 million increase in the health insurance.
Thank you. And a follow-up or two, if I can, and maybe I'll ask the follow-up and then comment before we answer. So it looks like we're handling here almost an 8% increase already, and it's just going through its normal process. But for some reason, we have a $250,000, $270,000 stabilization fund. I can't imagine the time and effort and to move it here and bring it back here. Why are we messing around with 200-something thousand on a almost $100 million budget in this town?
Is that a question?
The second part was just a commentary.
Oh, okay. Did you have I know you said you had a commentary.
Yeah, I had a question.
Comment.
I just.
Wait, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Did you have a final comment?
Yes, timing of reversion. When would we know when the current year settles up? If it's the fall, why don't we just wait until the fall?
Okay. So to the Finance Committee, can you please confirm why you're pushing and pulling $250,000 from the Health Stabilization Fund?
Because we're downstream and caught a $1.9 million structural deficit. The year will close in end of June. We will know what the reversions are. We will know where we are at the end of this year. And we will work with the select board, we'll work with anyone to make sure this is funded properly. But right now, we're given a $1.9 million deficit that we had to balance.
To the comptroller, can you give the exact date of when the reversions will all be known by the town?
I usually close the books on the second or third Friday in August. So we do a lot of encumbering and wrapping up vendor payments and making sure all our payroll accruals are done. So usually by the end of July, middle of August, we'll have those ready to go.
For fiscal year,
Fiscal year '24. Yeah.
not 25. 25 will be the following.
Yeah, when we
25
close
will be
'24, that'll be a June 30 close. We have a lot to do in July, and then by mid-August, it's ready to go.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So they're the reversions from the prior year we do not know at this time until August.
Hi, thank you, Madam Moderator. Enzo Roscinato, Precinct 1. I just wanted to point out that, I think the Select Board, when they presented, talked about one of the guidelines being, having a floor of 2%, which is one of their guidelines, but it is one of their 5 guidelines around this policy. One of them is also that anytime the budget goes over 5% for healthcare, that we should use the Healthcare Stabilization Fund to even it back out. And the budget, I believe, was somewhere in the neighborhood of 7.5%. So that's why FinCom took that money to apply it against. And I think that's the way it's supposed to work. We're supposed to use the stabilization fund to stabilize the budget so that it is at 5%. And then what's supposed to happen is that we get the money back. It's almost always reverted back. And then at fall town meeting, we would then put that money back into the stabilization fund for future years as needed. So I think it's working the way it's supposed to. At least that's the way we want it to work. And I think that's the way it was designed to work. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take a last question and then we're... Did you have a point of information? What is the point of information?
The policy use of funds is to the health insurance premium, not the health insurance budget.
There's a point of information from the select board coming in that the policy insurance, the 5% is for the policy insurance premium, not for the fund, for correction. We'll take the final comment and then we'll move to the vote, to the motion to amend. Debate will be closed.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bill McGonigal, Precinct 3. This fund is one of the many initiatives the Select Board is trying to take to plan for the future. We've heard calls for things like guardrails. That's what this is supposed to be. We've heard calls for future planning. That's what this is supposed to be. This is a fund that is earning interest in a way that other funds won't, that free cash itself won't. It will continue to grow. That's a positive. And we know we're going to use it. Just a few numbers that I think are very important and will prove that. Right now, our fiscal year 25 renewal rate on our health insurance is 5.25%. Compared to the market rates, those are 6.6, 9.4, 9.7, and even upwards of 10%. We're going to have to pay more for health insurance in the future. This fund will allow us to have more money on hand ready to meet that accelerated cost. Spending it now won't let us do that. So if we're going to plan for the future, this is what we're trying to do. If we're going to have guardrails, that's why we have this stabilization fund. So please help us get ready for what's coming down the line by allowing us to refigure the funding tonight, as has been motioned by Select Person Brady. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we are voting on the motion to amend 35. Yes.
I believe that the premiums did go up by more than 5%.
Yeah, 5.25.
He said it in his presentation just now, in his comments. So town meeting, we are voting on the motion to amend it. So it's to, if we would like to change motion 35 to include what is being asked by the select board to use $205,000 free cash versus taking it from the health stabilization fund. A vote in the affirmative means that you would rather use $205,000 for free cash versus using that money from the health stabilization fund. A vote in the negative means you would like the motion to stay as presented by the finance and recommended by the finance to use the $250,000 from the health stabilization fund. We're going to use our clickers for this, so get them on out. Simple majority is required for a motion to amend. When the light goes on, there you go. We'll scroll through. If anyone has errors in their voting, please notify the clerk of the meeting. I'll wait till we fully scroll before calling the vote. Yep. Can you please state your name and precinct?
Daniel Nakamoto, Precinct 2.
And how do you vote?
No.
One moment, please. To the town clerk, to the clerk of the meeting, there are 3 no votes that were not registered at all that we're not able to get to you. Can you make an adjustment? 3 no's. At this time, a simple majority required. There are 76 in the affirmative and 72 in the negative. The affirmative has it, and the motion is amended. Returning now back to motion 35 as amended, we now actually vote that motion with the revised language, which is to appropriate $13,895,550 to account number 9140 health insurance, where $13,895,550 is for expenses, of which $45,000 is appropriated from the health stabilization fund and $205,000 is appropriated from free cash. Any questions or comments? Seeing no one rise, please we're going to use our clickers. Simple majority. Vote in the affirmative on motion 35 is to fund the health insurance account as amended. A vote no will not fund our health insurance. That's true. It isn't turned on yet. They're getting it ready. It's ready. We have a clicker down, clicker down. No, she'd never do that. The affirmative has it, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion 36 of your yellow sheet, we're moving on to the Medicare tax. It is moved and seconded that $1,244,250 be appropriated to 9150 Medicare tax, where $1,244,250 is appropriated to expenses. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. 37 is moved and seconded that $500,000 be appropriated to account 9430 reserve fund, with $400,000 being, as I'm like breaking down, being expended to expenses. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. It is moved and seconded under 38 that $693,000 be appropriated to Department 9450 General Insurance, with $693,000 being appropriated to expenses. Any questions or comments? I believe no one's actually rising for that. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Moving on to 39, it is moved and seconded that $54,600 be appropriated to 9460 Environmental Remediation, with $54,600 being appropriated for expenses. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Ayes have it, the motion passes. 40. It is moved and seconded that $10,000 be appropriated to Department 9910 Transfer Out to Cultural Council, with $10,000 appropriated to expenses. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passes. 41 is moved and seconded that $350,000 be appropriated to Department 9623 Transfer Out to OPED Fund, with $350,000 being appropriated for expenses. Questions or comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Ayes have it, the motion passes. Moving on to funded debt, motion 42 and 43. It is the moderator's understanding that the Select Board recommends favorable action on 42 and 43. Given the special funding sources, we'll read each one individually. It is moved and seconded that $7,550,000 be appropriated to 7110 funded debt principal, with $7,555,000 being appropriated to expenses, with $511,550 from Capital Stabilization Fund, $1,497,180 from Building Stabilization Fund. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Ayes have it, the motion passes. Moving on to 43, it is moved and seconded that $6,760,185 be appropriated to Department 7120 funded debt interest, with $6,760,185 being appropriated to expenses, with $155,157.94 from Capital Stabilization Fund and $205,306.10 from the Building Stabilization Fund. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. At this time, to the town clerk, which article would you like needs to be two-thirds?
Two-thirds on 42 and 43 that just passed. Could you just declare two-thirds?
The moderator declares that 42 and 43 pass with a two-thirds vote. We are now closed with Article 28. Congratulations. Moving on to Article 29. This is the Water and Sewer Enterprise. As I noted previously, Winchester adopted the Water and Sewer Fund via town meeting vote at spring town meeting in 2001. This was discussed under Article 20. At this time, the Finance Committee is going to present the motion in relationship to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. Indirect costs and funding sources. Do you have anything, do you want to add anything to it?
No,
Okay.
we had sent the motion to Mary Ellen, and I believe you have it. So,
Oh, was there amended?
no
Oh,
amendment.
whew, okay.
No, we sent the motion to Mary Ellen a week ago.
Oh. Do we have a recommendation from the Select Board on the water and sewer? Article 29?
Hello, sir. I'll be out of your way in 1 second. All right. Sorry, I have to scroll through it all.
I'm not making a presentation, I'm just here to say. That's right. The Select Board, thank you, Madam Moderator. Select Board voted unanimously in favor of this, Article 29.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that $11,947,453 be appropriated for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, of which $1,700,018 is for personal services and $10,247,435 is for expenses, and that $1,795,948 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, raising a total of $13,743,401. Any questions on comments? Yes. The funding sources included with the motion language is $7,652,503 will be coming from the water and sewer receipts. $5,224,508 will be coming from the property tax levy in accordance with Chapter 110 of the Acts of 1993, and $866,390 will be coming from retained earnings. Any questions or comments from town meeting members? All those in favor? All those against? The ayes have it, and the motion passed unanimously. Moving on to Article 30. It is moved and seconded that $2,255,574 be appropriated by the Recreation Enterprise Fund, of which $1,490,557 is for personal services and $765,017 is for expenses, and that $448,777 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Recreation Enterprise Fund, raising a total of $2,704,351, with $2,467,487 coming from the Recreation Program receipts, $175,000 coming from the general fund receipts, and $61,864 coming from retained earnings. Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing no one rise, all those in favor? All those opposed? Ayes have it unanimous, and the motion passes. At this time, we have completed the yellow sheet, and we are now moving back to Article 6. So we'll do Article 6, take a break, most likely at that point, and then start up at Article 10. It is moved and seconded that the town approve Article 6 as printed in the warrant. This is coming before you from the Retirement Board. On their behalf is their chair, Mr. Robert Frary. Thank you very much.
Here, how you doing? It's good.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Moderator, Select Board, committee members and officials, and town meeting members. My name is Robert Frary. I'm the chairman of the Winchester Contributory Retirement Board. We're a 5-member board that oversees our local retirement system. The board consists of 2 members who are appointed by the selectmen, one being the ex officio member, who is the controller, and another member they appoint, 2 members who are elected by members of the retirement system, either active or retired members. The 5th member is elected by the 4 other members to provide our 5 members. We have varied responsibilities, but among them is the fiduciary responsibility for the $172 million that we currently oversee. We oversee a payroll of roughly $900,000 a month. We are one of 102 local or regional public pension systems. The beauty of ours is that we're a local system. We have much more local input a lot of the smaller towns aren't able to have a local system, so they join with the regional system. They used to be county-based, but as the counties have been abolished, they're more just regional retirement systems. But our goal is to promote the perpetuity of our local board. We find that there's a lot of requirements by PERAC, our agency that oversees us, is for training, fiduciary responsibility, certification, attendance at meetings, and all that. And we find that people will typically serve on our board 3 to 6 years, 1 to 2 terms, and then they'll move on. And we find that that's just not enough. All the knowledge that's required for this, it's not uncommon to find boards with members who have served for 20 years. That 20 years provides a better board, but also provides better information and help to the employees who we serve. We find that somebody serving for 1 term or 2 terms is just barely learning how this should work. We find that we have to sign in and monitor all of PERAC's correspondence through our computers, through increased security. I'm finding that my computer has to be replaced now because of all the hacking going on, that I need to have an updated operating system just to take part and do my part in this system. So we're really striving for retention. And to get retention, we find that out of the 102 boards, 72 boards out there compensate their employees. Winchester is unique in that we only compensate 1 member. We compensate the ex officio member who is currently already a full-time employee. The other 4 members on the board aren't compensated. This is very rare that 1 member of the board be compensated, not all of it. But because we do not operate under the town charter and we operate under the laws of the Commonwealth, our compensation is set by acts of the legislature. So what we're here tonight is to ask you to adopt an act of the legislature that will require all members of the retirement board to be compensated equally. Once again, we're a very healthy retirement board, and we're fortunate to have it. I'm very fortunate. I'm a lieutenant in the fire department. I've been there 28 years. I'm very glad to work for the town of Winchester, and I'm glad to be on a board that's very well funded. The people in town have done a great job of funding this board. We're one of the healthier retirement boards out there. But we want to keep it that way. We want to have the best people managing the money that is from the town, and more importantly, it's from the employees. Our employees contribute about 12% of their income to this retirement board. So we're looking for this. Pension reform came out in 2011. With pension reform, they tried to make a stronger retirement board to have us grow better, but to have more accountability. With this more accountability, there's much more requirements on us. And the state realized that, and in the acts of 2011, they allowed retirement boards to increase their compensation from $3,000 to $4,500. We're in the unique position that only 1 member is compensated. That member happens to be a full-time employee. Most of the work is done during their regular work time. The other people do it gratis, and that's nice, but they find that after 3 or 6 years, they're ready to move on. This doesn't serve us well. We need people who have the knowledge, the years of knowledge, and all that. And we feel, members of the board, joined here out in the audience, they're out here with us, that adopting this, which the state presented in 2011, here we are 13 years later, bringing this to you. We urge you to support this and allow us to have board member compensation. This will be paid from our investment returns. This is not funded by the town, it's funded by our own money. But in order for us to get this, we're required to come before the legislative body of the town to seek this approval. So as you see, there is a motion there before you. The motion is from the general law to see if the town will accept the provisions of Section 20, parentheses 6 of the Mass General Laws, Chapter 32, as amended by Section 34 of Chapter 176 of the Acts of 2011, so as to provide a stipend to all members of the Winchester Retirement Board in the amount of $4,500 a year.
Thank you very much. You can have a seat, and if there's a question, I'll let you know. Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Select Board?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board voted unfavorable action on this item for a couple of reasons. One is this would be a precedent for us. We just don't, know what that means to every other volunteer committee and board in town. We're a little uncomfortable with benefits being paid out of the pension and out of the communities that are out of the pension funds that pay their boards, we don't know if those are towns or if they are authorities. And so do they look like us? There's more, I think we have more questions than answers at this point, so that's why we're voting on favorable action on this. Thank you.
Thank you to the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted unanimously unfavorable action, the chair not voting.
At this time, do we have questions and comments from town meeting members? Seeing no one rise. Trying to, should we do our clickers? Let's try voice vote. If I can't, we'll go to our clickers. A majority vote is required. All those in favor? All those opposed? The noes have it, and the motion does not pass. Okay. At this time, it's about 8 o'clock. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I have been requested, as there are students here for one of our articles, to move up an article, which is the gym floor. Given that we want them to be awake tomorrow in school, I'm going to allow them to come out of order, and we'll move the gym floor to be next, and then Article 10. 15-minute break. We'll see you at 8:05.
I got a slide from Chris Nixon.
Intro to Video Editing in Adobe Premiere Pro just got an upgrade. We are adding a new track which allows students to edit a documentary or interview-style video to complete the course. In case you didn't know, Intro to Video Editing in Adobe Premiere Pro is an intensive 5 to 7 session one-on-one or small group course designed to provide a solid foundation in video editing on industry standard software. From file organization to color grading, we'll provide a comprehensive overview of the program and skill set to get you started on your next editing project. When you sign up for the course, you may choose the narrative filmmaking track or the documentary style track. The former is great for those looking to learn the nuances of editing scripted content, such as short films, whereas the latter suits those that are more interested in unscripted content, such as documentaries or videos for social media. You can also choose to take both tracks and increase from 5 to 7 sessions. Hi, my name is Kayla, and I'm WinCam's Training and Outreach Coordinator and instructor of this course. We are so excited to bring this additional course material to you and provide a focus that suits the interests of more community members. Please feel free to reach out to me with any questions at the email on the screen, and visit wincam.org/adobe for more info on this course.
There are several ways to watch local content on WinCam, whether it's live or on replay. If you're a cable subscriber in Winchester, you can watch the public channel on Comcast 8 or Verizon 36, the education channel on 9 or 37, the government channel on 22 or 38, and finally the HD channel on 1073 or 2136. Don't have cable? You can stream all our channels on our website at wincam.org under the Live Streams tab and choose which channel you'd like to watch. In case you missed something live, you can always navigate to the On Demand tab on our website, where we keep recordings of the most recent municipal government meeting coverage, as well as other local programming. Finally, you can also find these meetings and nearly all our live content, sports coverage, community events, and more on the WinCam YouTube channel. Make sure to follow and subscribe for more Winchester content and info just like this. We need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved.
All right, town meeting members, start to take your seats, please. All right. Let's take our seats. As I noted, we have some students who wanted to observe Article 34, and with that, we're going to take Article 34 out of order. Article 34 is coming before you as a joint venture from the Select Board and the EFPBC. It is moved and seconded that $1,200,000 is appropriated to pay costs of the replacement of flooring, athletic equipment, and furnishings in the Winchester High School gymnasium, including engineering and architectural services, and including all costs incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, $240,000 shall be transferred from free cash, and $960,000 shall be transferred from the overlay surplus funds. That the town manager shall be authorized to have oversight of the project, that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Town of Winchester Home Rule Charter, the town manager shall have the authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to the project. On behalf of the EFPBC, we'll start off with Mr. Nixon, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Pleased to be with you again this evening. I'm going to run through maybe 3/4 of the presentation and hand off to my friend John Fallon on behalf of the Select Board to wrap it up tonight. So first of all, let me just acknowledge what for some of you may be the elephant in the room. This high school gymnasium is a beautiful looking space. It presents a very, very strong first impression. And I know folks in other districts, when they first walk in, they're envious of this space. And that's great. It does not suffer from neglect. But for our student athletes and community members who compete on this floor, they know all too well the floor is falling apart and it's accelerating in its decay. They also understand, along with our athletic staff, how poorly this gymnasium, as it's configured today, accommodates multiple sports in simultaneous contests. So our request to you under Article 34 is to invest in a flooring replacement that will last generations, over 40 years, and reconfigure this space so that we can better accommodate the needs of our athletics department and do it in a way almost as strong as the first impression it makes when you walk in the room. So very quickly, 3 components to the project scope. The first is a reflooring of the high school gym. We propose resilient maple athletic flooring over a sleeper system with shock pads. So we're not talking about putting wood directly on concrete. This will be a resilient floor. No more chemically welded sheet rubber flooring. We also are proposing some equipment replacement where required. I'll get into that. We will reuse as much equipment as we can. And this all goes towards supporting a reconfiguration of the gym, what we're calling turning our competitive spaces 90 degrees. And I'll show you what that looks like in a moment. First, on the flooring. When Madam Moderator invited many of you to take a look during our break the other evening, I was pleased to see so many show up to kind of look around. But you really do need to pay attention, don't you? We have a number of areas on the floor where we have delamination. So we're talking about blistering in the floor. We're seeing more and more of this, and where it's occurring, it is spreading. This floor will be 19 years old this summer. 15 years is typical. This floor was not replaced during the Winchester High School renovation project. When we were first invited to participate with the MSBA, it was around 4.5 years old, and it was in good shape at the time. So I mentioned the delamination. The surface is worn smooth. So from a distance, you look at it and you think, it's a wood floor. It's not. It's fake. It's printed wood on that sheet rubber, as I mentioned. And in that image below, what you're seeing is not only did the pattern of wood wear away, but more importantly, the texture on the surface itself, which provides some friction for play, has worn smooth. So you wouldn't want to drive your cars with bald tires in the rain, and this is sort of the athletic equivalent. The seams are separating in the gym as well. I mentioned this is a sheet good, so chemical welds are what hold this together. Those seams are failing, and it's not repairable. The floor needs to go. So we're proposing an athletic maple floor over sleepers with shock pads. As I said, the detail to the right is actually a detail of our Winchester High School. We have a recessed sort of area in the slab that can accommodate this. Gives you an idea of what it looks like as it gets built. But here's really the exciting part. With proper maintenance, these floors are expected to last well over 40 years. So, and there's a premium for this. It's about $150,000 extra to go with the wood over the rubber. But imagine you're going to get a floor that has 3 times the life or more from rubber. So now I just want to talk about the reconfiguration. So pay attention, I have to go through this very quickly. I'm going to call this stop action animation with architectural drawings. So today in the gym, it's divided in half with that divider curtain. We have 4 practice courts today that accommodate basketball and volleyball, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. I drop in the backboard so you can better visualize this. The backboards are supported from the trusses up above. These would all be relocated with our proposal. Importantly, these practice courts are not regulation size. They're a little smaller than regulation, so we can't hold contests in this space. We have 7 bleacher sets in the gym. 2 large ones, they accommodate a little over 300 spectators each. We have 2 medium sections that accommodate a little over 155, and we have 3 small sections that accommodate 90 spectators. So for games, it's different. For games, we use the right side of the gym as you see it. The competition space is turned 90 degrees, so east-west instead of north-south. This is a competition, sort of regulation-sized court, is what I mean to say. Plenty of space for teams, so the full bench, the coaches, the trainers, the staff, the equipment, officials, etc. And of course, we have to have room for spectators. So what I'm showing you here is this representation. We're actually pulling out the bleachers. Here's what's important to know. In the current configuration we have upstairs, we can only accommodate 390 spectators today. The medium bleacher set at the top with the yellow arrow was serviced a couple of weeks ago. It already has another out of order sign. It's got different color pieces of tape because I think they keep using the same sign every couple of weeks, and it can no longer be trusted. So today we can fit 390. This is an issue because the MIAA voted new rules last year that actually restrict host teams after the first round of the tournament in basketball. If you can't accommodate 500 spectators, you can't be the host site. So our kids could be the host team post round 1, and we can't host at Winchester High School. Got to have at least 500. New rules for volleyball have just been voted, and they're going into place next year. The medium bleacher set to the left that you see on the other side of the curtain has been inoperable for years, and the other 3 with the white arrows are simply poorly configured for anybody who's trying to watch a game. And I showed those extended so you can appreciate how they do conflict with those practice spaces. So what we propose to do here is simply reconfigure the space. Take the good equipment that we have, let's move it, let's turn the room, and we're going to have to make some investments in new equipment as well. So let's talk about what's new. With all the curtains up, imagine a fully open gym. We propose a 2-lane non-regulation indoor track for practice and to support our physical education classes. Still, we look to divide the room in half, but notice the competition spaces no longer run east-west. We're turning them north-south. In doing this, we can actually get competition, regulation competition-sized courts for basketball and for volleyball. And then what we're proposing is to put in bleacher sets at the ends of the room, on the short ends of the room. This is important. It can also accommodate our regulation wrestling mats. They're about 45 feet across. We can accommodate 2 on either side, again for competition. And with this arrangement, we actually now have room, I'm indicating in the upper left. We can actually accommodate the wrestling team's equipment down on the ground floor instead of putting it in a sling and hoisting it up into the rafters, which takes a ridiculous amount of time, is very inefficient. So with this new idea about the bleacher sets, this is kind of exciting. We can accommodate a minimum of 750 spectators in each set of bleachers and possibly up to 800. We can be running 2 games simultaneously and have a packed house. And for an especially large event, we propose that the bleacher set on the left can actually be driven away from the wall. Raise the curtain, bring the bleachers in, and we can host an event and accommodate 1,500 spectators. Could be fantastic. Further, we also propose to divide this into quarters with 2 more curtains, and we can actually get regulation spaces here as well, not for competition, but to support practices and skills sessions, breakout games, and that kind of thing. We can support basketball and volleyball here, as well as wrestling, as well as youth sports. So, real quickly, to summarize, the second and third components of this, the floor hopefully makes sense to you. If we extend them fully today, the bleachers conflict with play. Our existing arrangement does not support simultaneous contests. We are not in compliance with the MIAA's capacity guidelines that have since been voted for basketball and volleyball. Our proposal is both adaptable and flexible for competition, practice, skill sessions, and can support our community youth sports as well. And perhaps most importantly, we're looking at a 40-year plus project, which we think is a real smart investment. Madam Moderator, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Fallon.
Mr. Fallon, Vice Chair of the Select Board.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the schedule and about the funding, but just going off script here a little bit. I've been going to the gym for 52 years and thinking about all the things that have gone on in there. And one of the telling signs from Chris's presentation was the bleachers I sat in when my daughter Mary graduated 4 years ago are inoperable. And so when it rains, that's where graduation is. And the bleachers are not functional for a bunch of reasons, but one of them is the floor is soft, the motors don't work, and a whole bunch of other things. So I'm a complete advocate for this. And also, just an aside, it's such a community resource. We have some youth basketball folks here today. My son-in-law plays basketball here on Sunday morning, so enough on that. So what does this look like? So if you appropriate the funds this evening, the next step would be to meet with the community and the athletic community and understand their thoughts on the presentation of the use of the new design. At the same time, we're developing a set of bid documents that we expect to have done by the end of June, and then we go to bid immediately thereafter, and we'd expect to have a contractor under contract by the end of July, with work starting in August. And work would proceed in August through the fall, with the floor being completed in November, and the entire facility ready for winter sports in December. So what's the expense side of what's little sources and uses discussion here? So what are the uses? It's the construction cost was estimated last year at about $2.06 million. As of early this year, the hard costs and soft costs, early this year being, if we were to say April 1st, it was about $2.43 million. We expect to have some level of inflation over the next few months by the time we get the bids back, and also perhaps building in a small contingency, and that's how we arrived at the number of $2.6 million. So now, what are the sources?
Mr. Fallon?
Yes.
You've reached your 10 minutes?
Yes. May I please have 45 seconds?
Is that realistic?
No. How about 2 minutes, please?
All right. Speaker requested an extension of 2 minutes. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. You have 2 more minutes.
We have the select board has we appropriated $100,000 for the engineering and design, and have earmarked $1.3 million towards the construction of the floor. And this evening, we're asking for an appropriation of $960,000 from the overlay and $240,000 from free cash to round out the total of $2.6 million. So it's a worthy project, and we'd hope you appropriate the funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. This was one of the articles that was good that we got late. We got this on April 19th, and by the time, April 19th. So by the time we got on April 19th, it had gone from a $2.5 million project out of free cash to something that seemed much more in line with what FinCom thought we could easily do. So we voted favorable action unanimously on this article. Thank you.
No. At this time, the school committee? May we have your recommendation?
Yes, this is obviously a very important facility for the schools as well, because of our student athletes and student safety. Because the return on investment of doubling the space, a longer shelf life of the floors, perhaps graduation indoors if we need it. The school committee voted unanimously favorable action. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, town meeting members, if you have questions or comments on this article, please come forward. Mr. Deering.
Through you, Madam Moderator, to the town meeting members, first of all, I'd like to say that I support this article. I'm sure there's some town meeting members in public are saying, Why didn't they do this when they spent $129 million on the school? And the reason it wasn't done then is because the auditorium or the gym is far larger than MSB standards allow, and they would not provide any funding. So we didn't have the money in the budget. So that's why it wasn't done. We looked at it, but we just didn't have the money in the budget, and we wouldn't get any reimbursement because if we were to build that school brand new today, that gym would not be that big. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Jurius? Oh, hold on, your mic is not on. One moment, or they can't hear you. I can tell you that, so 1 second. Try it again.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
Yay. Diabjurius, Precinct 8. I have a simple question. Through you to whoever can answer it, what's an overlay fund?
Thank you. To our comptroller, person of the day, could you please provide town meeting members information on what the overlay fund is?
Certainly. I knew this was coming because you hear this overlay surplus maybe every 5 years or so. What we appropriate, or we don't necessarily appropriate, we reserve money called allowance for abatements and exemptions every year as part of the budget process. Town meeting doesn't vote it, you're not required to vote it, but it is part of the overall budget. And we've been setting aside for the last 10 years, between $350,000 and $450,000 every single year to set aside for abatements and exemptions. And every year, we may not pay out $400,000, so there's an excess in those liabilities in those reserves that we have. So every so often, we review the balances. We have to keep a certain level in these liabilities in this reserve every year, but we will review it over time and see what we can release. And the process of releasing it is the town manager will request that the Board of Assessors release what they have in excess overlay. We do some calculations, we figure out what's in excess, and they release it. And in January of this year, the assessors reviewed the analysis and figured out that we could release about $960,000, and that's available to appropriate between the time they release it and June 30th when we close the year. If we don't appropriate it, it just closes to free cash. So it's a reserve that's no longer needed, and we can use it for any sort of legal appropriation.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Town meeting member?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I support this motion, but I do have one question for either the Select Board or Mr. Nixon. Where are people going to park if we have space for 1,500 spectators?
To the EFBBC/or Select Board, where are people going to park if we get 1,500 spectators? AKA, where do people park for graduation?
So this is a great question that actually both the school committee and the select board may want to comment on, because as we know from our discussion at Lynch, the school committee is really only accountable for parking on school property, not off school property. It's a fair question. It would have to be on-site and off-site. It would be a pretty rare event, frankly, to bring in that many people, but we certainly would like to be able to host if our boys or girls teams go so deep and they're in the finals and a championship. The potential also exists for some pretty heavy use of club activity as well, and so for that, I would presume there would have to be some discussion with the board, as I know there has been, for instance, through Winchester Boat Club. There have been special events. There's been concern about parking and satellite parking and making accommodation for that. So I would assume that would have to go through the board, but perhaps Mr. Fallon has some thoughts on that as well.
No.
I have no magic or silver bullet, as Chris points out. But what I think about is my kids came to wrestling. I was never wrestling. My kids were wrestlers in high school here, and North Andover has a tournament every year where parents from all over Middlesex County go there, and it's a really cool event. There's probably 500 people there. Dorothy, there aren't 1,500 people there, but we can't host those kinds of things now, but we could in the future. So it showcases Winchester, and it's really, it's quite neat. So to answer your question, and to Chris's point, whether it's a combination of the parking of the town hall parking lot and so forth, but we would have someone who would be in charge of managing that parking and communicating that to the participants and their guests. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, town meeting members, there are non-town meeting members who would like to address this body. For me to recognize them, I need your authority. All those in favor of having non-town meeting members speak to you? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. I believe there are 4 individuals who are interested.
Hi, my name is Maeve Collins, and I'm a junior at the high school. I play volleyball, basketball, and unified basketball. I'm in the gym pretty much every day during the school year, and it's obvious the past couple of years that the floor has become pretty worn out and damaged. The area underneath the hoops is very beat up, and as a result, gets extremely slippery during practices and games. In addition, the seams on the floor have become uneven, and as a result, create a major trip hazard. I hope you will vote yes to renovating the gym.
Thank you so much. Further on the question?
Thank you. I'm Jamie Watt. I'm captain of the Winchester volleyball team. I've been with the team for 4 years, and this year we're having the best season that I've been a part of. If the season finished now, we'd be 3rd in the state, which would guarantee us, or we'd be able to host 3 playoff games. But with the new MIA rules, we'd only be able to host the first round, and the next 2 would be at a neutral site. I love playing in Winchester. I like seeing people I know in the crowd, so I think playing at a neutral site would be demoralizing for the athletes. So, vote yes to renovate.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your season. Further on the question?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Carson Sarpong. I'm a sophomore here at Winchester High. This is my first full year on the varsity team, and right now, we really don't have a home court advantage. As we go to other schools, face rival teams, and it really feels like we're their away team there. But when we come here to Winchester High School, we don't have this advantage, and I think my teammates and I can all agree that we feel a home court is not just a court, it's a home for us. So coming here in the mornings, playing basketball, you could imagine the fans, the noises, the sounds, and then I really believe that renovating the court is more than just a project for the court, it's a project for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Further on the question?
Good evening. My name is Gary Grassi. I'm the president of the Winchester Basketball Association. I've played on this court longer than I care to remember, and I can attest to the dangers that have evolved over the years. It's an unsafe surface to play on. But I think more important, folks mentioned the gym space as a wonderful space, as a showpiece as it opens up to the public. This school, when it was renovated, really became a showpiece. It's a fantastic building, but the space that's there right now doesn't work as a showpiece for a lot of the reasons that folks have stated. In terms of youth basketball, we have hundreds of kids in Winchester every year who play and who use this space. My son started using this space in 2004, and the floor hasn't changed. I think we can make a great step forward for the community to make this space even better for not just youth sports, but all the teams. Basketball players are represented, volleyball, wrestlers. It could be an incredible space. And to make it also one that's safe and is flexible for multiple uses is a terrific step forward. I also think that the work that was, understanding that there were some roadblocks that couldn't be done with the renovation, this would be a great way to finish off the building and continue the showpiece that this has become. The last thing I want to say is we now have more kids who want to play basketball than we can accommodate, and I do think that by reconfiguring the gym, having 4 courts that are truly playable courts will enable us to serve more kids in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, there's two town meeting members, and after that, we will move to the vote. Who'd like to go first? Mr. Wilson?
Through you, Madam Moderator, to the proponent, Mr. Nixon mentioned maintenance. And this is a beautiful sight to me to see this much maple. I happen to own quite a bit of maple on the stump, and this is the use that I like to see it go to. But what is the maintenance requirements, and how much should we be budgeting for these? Because the last thing we want to see is something go wrong with a $2.6 million floor.
To the EFPBC, do you have an estimate of the maintenance requirements of this floor and any budget requirements that may be needed in the near future?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Wilson. I don't have a dollar value there, but what I can share with you is sort of two ways to think about maintenance. Perhaps every other year, some light resurfacing on that top coat. If anybody's lived through refinishing a wood floor in your home, put down wood, you sand it, you stain it, and then you put down multiple clear layers. And after a while, you start to get some scuffing and scratching. You're not going in to sand your floor down. You're just taking life off your floor. What you're really doing, it's called rescreening. You just sort of roughen up that top surface, put one more top coat down. What we understand from our peer districts in the Middlesex League, and I believe all of our peer districts in the Middlesex League play on an athletic maple floor, is that it's this light sort of periodic refinishing that's necessary. Our athletic director, Mark Ria, who I know is here tonight, reached out to some of his peers. He has found districts that have not actually had to sand their floor in 12, 13, 14 years, as long as some of the ADs have been there. So some periodic maintenance, yes, but it's the kind of maintenance we would expect would happen over the summer, much like when the DPW is hard at work cleaning and painting our schools.
Thank you for that information. Last town meeting member, and we'll take the vote.
Hi, Elizabeth Schreiber, Precinct 7. I just have a quick question. I am in favour of this renovation completely, but I'm wondering about the timing of it. Just to me, it would make more sense to wait a few months and start it in June of the following year and go through the summer, where you're not taking out an entire season of sport for the girls' volleyball team is the one that I'm thinking of, but I'm sure there are others. So I'm just wondering why, what would be the reason for not doing it over summer?
Thank you. To the EFPBC, can you please provide the schedule of the replacement and why that was chosen?
I'm happy to do that, and I'm just scanning the room for Mr. Uria, Madam Moderator, if we could.
Mr. Uria, can you please come on down and give us information regarding the schedule?
In particular, I'd like Mr. Uria just to sort of address the impact on the district when we're doing it, because as you understand from the presentation, this would impact the fall. The two quick points I would make, this, like any other project, becomes more expensive the longer you wait. For many of these kinds of projects, architects like to call them summer slammers. There are a lot of flooring contractors who are looking to do work over the summer, and it can actually be very competitive because most districts want to get this done over the summer. The fact that we're in a position where we may be willing operationally to start it late in the summer and go into the fall actually makes this, we think, pretty attractive to some contractors on the price side, but perhaps Mr. Uria could just sort of speak to some of the logistical issues.
Mr. Uria, the athletic director for the high school, if you could provide town meeting information on the logistics and for those who would not have a place to play, what the plan is for them.
Sure. The plan would be for the girls volleyball program to use the McCall Middle School and potentially an elementary school for their space in the fall. This isn't something new. This was done when the school was being renovated as well. You've heard from a participant in the girls volleyball program tonight, and John Fleming, the coach of the girls volleyball program, is here. Everyone wants this done. We feel like the sooner the better, just from a safety perspective. That flooring's not getting any better, and we think getting it done sooner rather than later, honestly, as soon as possible, is best for all the kids. So rather than having them participate on a floor and almost kind of chancing it for the rest of next school year, and with it being more expensive, we'd rather make the accommodations. And I think all the girls in the volleyball program would probably say the same thing, is that they'd rather it get done and be ready to go for their next season. So that's where we're at with the scheduling.
Thank you very much. At this time, I believe town meeting is ready for the vote. We'll try a voice vote, and if I cannot tell, we'll go to our clickers. Majority vote is required for passage. A vote in the affirmative will appropriate $1.2 million for the Winchester High School gymnasium. A vote in the negative will not appropriate that money. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimous, and the motion passes. We are going to move onward to Article 10. Moving on to Article 10. This is being presented by the Select Board. This is a bylaw addition. Requires a majority vote. If you all take out your pink sheets,
Right, yeah.
this is the motion that is coming before you. It is moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to amend its general bylaws by adding a Chapter 25 entitled Winchester Community for Preservation, Committee for Community Preservation, as written on the pink sheet titled Revised May 2nd, 2024, Article 10. On behalf of the Select Board, well, it's getting a little loud. Give him 1 minute.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Select Board, Mr. Michael Betancourt.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, town meeting members. Article 10 was continued from last week. Just kind of to revisit where we were, the Community Preservation Act was enacted in the year 2000, enables cities and towns to create a local fund, which includes a state match, and it's dedicated to the improvements to outdoor recreation facilities, preservation of open space, maintenance of historic assets, and creation and support of affordable housing. The surcharge that would be in place, as we voted favorably last week, will be 1.5%, and that'll be on the townwide ballot in November 2024. And again, the matching funds that come from the state are from a surcharge on the Registry of Deeds transactions. The Article 10 is really about creating a community preservation committee. Each community that adopts a CPA is required to set up this committee, and it's identified in the CPA legislation sections 5A through 5C. The committee is created by town meeting, and it's mostly done after adoption of the CPA, though through the adoption of a bylaw. Article 10 is the bylaw we are recommending pursuant to those requirements. The committee we are recommending is called the Winchester Committee for Community Preservation. I know it's hard to go through a bylaw up on the screen, so that is the section in Article 10 under Establishment, Section 1. And just to give you some highlights there, the bylaw is relatively prescriptive and is very similar through all the 196 communities in the state. So we tweaked and made some changes here based on stakeholder feedback, town meeting member feedback. But if you look at Section A through E, those are required by statute. Section C, we made a change based on the Committee on Government Regulations was concerned that because we didn't have a Parks Commission, that seat should revert to the Select Board. The Select Board was willing to have the Field Management Committee still be represented there. So it'll be appointed by the Select Board from the Field Management Committee. Section F, a change was made as well, and that is changed from a Select Board representative to being appointed by the Select Board from the Housing Partnership Board and Affordable Housing Trust. Section H and I were changed the language from citizen to resident. And Section 1 at the bottom there, we had a lot of concern from town meeting members that some of the language was confusing that is in the standard language about town meeting members being able to be on the committee. So we just included a section that says town meeting members are permitted to serve as members of the WCCP. That is in our charter. It is clear. It's town meeting members are a little bit different than other members, other elected officials. They're not subject to open meeting law, so they have a little bit of independence and certainly could be serving on the committee. We changed a little bit here to add some clarification, just to let everyone know that the town manager really is the hub of this this committee here, and she will be working with all different municipal departments relative to making recommendations and evaluations from expenditures. So the yellow section there, it also just kind of clearly says all of the relevant committees that will be involved in part of the process. We also included
a section at the very bottom that says the WCCP shall, to the extent feasible, align its planning process with annual capital planning cycle in coordination with the town manager and capital planning committee. We heard a lot of concern from the capital planning committee that we were going to be, not crossing paths when we're evaluating projects, and so even though the state law requires us to work in that capacity with the capital planning committee, we really wanted to go out of our way to make sure that that was clearly done. So by statute, as I mentioned, the committee is required to perform an annual study to evaluate the community's needs, possibilities, and resources. So similar to what we do every year for our capital planning process. And the statute makes it very clear that the CPC must meet and consult with other municipal boards and committees to get their input, and must hold at least one public hearing annually to get input from the general public. As you can see here, this is a Town of Lexington project application. This is what it looks like in almost every other community. There's a 3 or 4 page application that describes what an individual or a group is looking to do, and the committee is obligated to accept the project proposals, then select the most compelling projects, and then finally recommend them to town meeting for approval. And as we've said before, everything, just like our capital projects, comes back to town meeting for a vote. Just to clarify here as well, this is the section in Section 4, which identifies the 10% of the annual revenues go into 3 different buckets: open space and recreation, historic resources, and community housing. In fact, when you look at Mass General Laws, Chapter 44B, it actually describes the WCCP process as a capital planning one. In fact, it says its role is analogous to that of a capital planning committee in developing a multi-year capital improvement plan for a community and presenting an annual capital budget to its legislative body. So, what you really see. Should I start over? What we see in other communities is actually a very lengthy multi-year process of looking at investment from the capital project perspective and working with the capital planning committees. Section 4, 5, and 6 of the bylaw, and it just says the committee shall review the bylaw from time to time and make recommendations for changes to town meeting. If we pass this today, and I hope that we do, we can meet over the summer. We can have some conversations and even make changes to the bylaw going into fall town meeting. And moving forward, you see in other communities that the bylaw and the process does evolve as there are different needs of the communities there. Just for completeness, the severability, if any section of this fails, the rest remains, and the effective date of it will be after the Attorney General approves it. We also got questions and inquiries from town meeting members who wanted us to stagger the initial terms so they wouldn't be phasing out all at the same time, right? So for this committee in particular, continuity is really important, so really a great suggestion. So we added that in as an amendment to make sure we covered that base in Section 7. And the staggering there is consistent with everything in Section 1 as well. The Section 8 is an advisory committee that will be established as passage of the bylaw. Again, we heard that there was some concern from the Capital Planning Committee and some other stakeholders, of how's the process going to work, right? So this advisory committee will be set up after adoption of the bylaw, and it will be immediately in place to have a conversation of what we need to do in order to recommend to this committee that will be kind of named later, and what the process will look like, how we work with the capital planning committee, how we work with our departments, and how we work with residents. And the members of the committee represent the members that will ultimately be represented through the bylaw in perpetuity. And just to give you a sense here, when we look at our comparable communities around Massachusetts, out of more than 40 neighboring CPA communities, only one has a school committee and capital planning seat on the CPA committee, and none of our comparable communities, which you see there, are have school committee or capital planning seats. So we do have a capital planning seat that we're recommending. The schools, as you can see from Mr. Nixon's, I think, probably fourth presentation here, at this town meeting so far. I don't know if you've got any more coming. The schools are well represented here, and we did have a school committee representative on the study committee, and so we feel that and the schools felt at that point that there wasn't necessary to have a school committee representative there for this particular bylaw. And again, just revisiting this slide that Hafiz had presented the other day, the projection is that there would be a revenue of a total $9.7 million over the first 5 years, $1.3 million coming in the state from the state match. And here's another one that Hafiz had mentioned the other day, that we would have collected $13 million in revenue and $2.8 million in state matching funds had we adopted the CPA like many communities 10 years ago. There are 196 communities that are way ahead of us, and it gives us the opportunity to really take the best from every community's bylaws and process and really apply it to what we're doing here. There will be I think several other communities on the ballot in November like we are. So, and they are just moving through town meeting as we are. And just wanted to, again, thank the study committee.
You've reached your 10 minutes. How much more time do you need?
Could I take like a John Fallon 45?
The speaker requests 45 seconds more. All those in favor? Those opposed? Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Town Meeting. This was an amazing group to work with who spent countless hours really identifying the needs for the community and for this process. The objective for the study committee was really to come up with the study report that is required by state law to identify what we need relative to the specific buckets of the CPA. So just another thanks to that group and our staff that contributed as well. And community support, this is another slide from the other day. Just wanted to say thank you for the favorable action voted from all the stakeholder groups. And please support Article 10. Thank you very much, Town Meeting, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. There are many boards and committees who wanted to give input on this article regarding recommendations. I'd like to remind everyone that Article 10 is strictly on the bylaw. We are not debating the CPA going on to the ballot. We are not debating the merits of the CPA. We are strictly debating the merits of the bylaw that is being proposed for the new Chapter 25. In addition, boards and committees, if you did not meet to go over the revision of the PINK, you have not met to give a recommendation. So please make sure if you are speaking on a board or committee, you have met. That's actually what I believe FinCom stepped out to do so that they could give a proper recommendation on the motion as we currently have it in before us. May we hear a recommendation from the school committee?
School committee did not vote on the revised Article 10, so does not have a recommendation at this time.
Thank you very much. May we have a recommendation from the planning board? Mr. Vernalia, Dr. Vernalia.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The planning board voted in favor of Article 10 as amended on May 2nd. For reference, the planning board also voted in favor of the original article. The planning board will be significantly involved in projects that will be fundable by the CPA. A member of the planning board is statutorily required on the WCCP and is indeed present in the article before us. As such, the planning board supports the article. A new section, Section 8 of the article, forms an advisory committee to work out some details prior to the November townwide vote on the CPA. Again, a planning board member is on that advisory committee, and the planning board supports the inclusion of this representative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we have a recommendation? Let's go to Historical Commission. Boards and committees, if you can make it to the microphones, we can expedite this. Go ahead.
The Historical Commission had previously supported the original of this, and we met 2 nights ago. We were graced with the presence of Mr. Betancourt and a member of the study committee, Charlene Band. We treated them to a rather contentious demolition delay hearing. And they stuck it out with us, and then they treated us to a very detailed explanation of basically what you guys heard tonight, and we enthusiastically endorse this amendment.
Thank you very much. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Finance Committee voted unfavorable action, 10 voting unfavorables, no in favor, 2 abstaining, the chair not voting. The argument isn't that we have any quarrel with any specific language in the document. It's that there's been several versions of the motions over the last few days. There's been a lot of changes. There's some confusion in our mind about how this is going to work. There's also confusion in our mind about how that piece of this article that relates to capital is going to work with the Capital Planning Committee and how it's going to be integrated into the town's 5-year capital program. We don't think that this is urgent. There's some question about how urgent it is. The decennial effort to review and revise the bylaws is underway. We just don't think that this article is fully baked, and we think it's going to govern many millions of dollars in the future years. It's going to be hard to change the direction of this train once it leaves the station. What we're comparing it to is the other stabilization funds. This money goes into these funds and is staying there, and we want to get the governance right. So that's the basis for our recommendation.
Thank you to the Finance Committee. May we have recommendation from the Affordable Housing Trust? Stacey Irizarry.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Affordable Housing Trust voted unanimously to support Article 10. We've been delighted to engage with the Housing Authority over these last 5 years and find ways to support each other's goals and objectives. The Housing Authority has a specific, incredibly important state and federal mandated role of operating and maintaining existing low-income and senior housing, but it was clear to town meeting in 1987 when the Housing Partnership Board was formed, and again in 2019 when the trust was formed, that Winchester's ongoing affordable housing objectives should be developed and implemented by locally controlled committees who answer to the town and can work to advance housing initiatives beyond government subsidy programs. We appreciate that the crafters of this article recognize the value of having the differing perspectives, objectives, and skill sets of both the Housing Authority and at least one of the partnership or trust represented on the CPA committee. And we encourage town meeting to pass this article as presented in the warrant. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have recommendation from the Conservation Commission? Chair David Miller.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The commission did not meet to vote on this version. We did vote unanimously to support the version that's in the motion book.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Field Management Committee? Mr. Nixon.
Thank you. I was hoping Mr. Crean would pop up. So just like Mr. Miller said, FMC is in the same spot. They did vote to support the motion 10 that appears in your motion book, but has not had the opportunity to convene and review Article 10 presented tonight.
Thank you. Representing a board or committee, correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Priscilla Calebi, Vice Chair of Climate Action Advisory Committee. We voted both on the first version of this and we re-voted on the second version. We are particularly appreciative of the hundreds of person hours that were put into the planning of this article, the breadth of the membership, and we believe that such breadth should continue in the speaking of the spoils of this. We strongly urge people to support this. We voted unanimously in favor of it twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Housing Partnership Board?
Madam Moderator, town meeting members, consistent with the Housing Partnerships vote for Article 9, authorizing the townwide vote this November, the Housing Partnership Board also voted on this revision in favor by a 10-0 vote on that. The Community Preservation Committee that's being proposed is both larger and more diverse than similar committees in other CPA communities. It consists of 9 members, the maximum allowed. It includes a representative of the Capital Planning Committee, a member appointed by the Finance Committee, an at-large resident member, as well as representatives from the Planning Board and each of the eligible funding areas. So we think this is a diverse and strong committee. This article, as Select Board Member Betancourt described, also establishes a second committee consistent with the recommendation of the Capital Planning Committee. This separate committee will begin work this summer to develop operating recommendations for implementation of the CPA should it be approved in the November election. As provided for under the CPA legislation, this includes allowing CPA funds to support certain programs as well as capital improvements. It is important to note that restrictions cannot be placed on the use of CPA funds other than those contained in the state law and the associated implementing guidelines. The committee also will examine how the bottom-up approach to the CPA can interface with the more traditional top-down approach to the capital planning process. And importantly, this committee includes representation from each of the allowed CPA funding areas as well as the town manager. In summary, approval of Article 10 is recommended.
Thank you. Capital Planning Committee, correct?
Yes.
May we have your recommendation?
Good evening. The Capital Planning Committee voted last night and decided to take no position on this article. The vote was 4 for no position, 2 against the article, and 0 in favor of the article. We believe that there are many concerns about this that will be addressed and possible several amendments to be put forward tonight. And we just felt that this was not the time to take a position until we found out all the information and what the final bylaw did look like.
Thank you. I believe the Council on Aging had an opinion on the original, which was written and out there for you to pick up when you checked in. I have not heard that there is an update on that. I believe that is all of the boards and committees, 11 of them. At this time, town meeting members, please come to the microphones, and comments, questions are welcome.
Good evening, Jennifer Hafley, Precinct 7. I have 2 questions for clarification through you, Madam Moderator, to whoever can answer them. First, I'm trying to, for the advisory committee that's part of this motion, is that in place of the committee being suggested by the Capital Planning Committee? Would they be at the same time? Can you just kind of explain how those 2 kind of interact or work together? And my second question, I hope I have the right motion here. I believe there's something about having things posted in a newspaper with adequate circulation, and I'm wondering how that is defined and whether specifically Winchester News as an online local publication would qualify for that.
So there's technically almost 3 questions there for 3 different entities. Okay. So for town meeting members, Article 37, motion number 2, is dealing with CPA. The merits of the content of Article 37, motion 2 is not debatable, but it has merit in terms of what it is, and so you are aware of it. In response to that, at this time, I will ask the first question to the Select Board, then I'll allow the Capital Planning Committee, who's bringing the motion on Article 37, just to give you an overview. However, we won't be debating that or making modifications or any of that things at this time. We are strictly staying with Article 10. And then I'll go and get you the news information. So first up to the Select Board, if you could please give some information about that advisory committee, why it is there on the bylaw, what is the purpose and intention of it.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Ms. Felly, for the question. And just as a point of information for town meeting, to There was only one amended version. There weren't several. I know that's been stated a few times. And why we delayed this week is to provide enough time for people to absorb the changes that we put forward. And every single one of those changes came from town meeting members and came from people that are stakeholders as well. So I think that that is in line with what we did with the advisory committee. We heard capital planning committee's concern about the process and putting some structure in place and recommendations for the future WCCP. So that was how we responded to it. Their initial committee only had a handful of people, and we wanted the advisory committee to be reflective of the representation in section 1 of the bylaw. So to include the Housing Authority, include Housing Partnership Board, Conservation Commission, Planning Commission. So we wanted to make sure that everybody was represented in the conversation how to move forward. So that was the intention of the advisory committee. So we wouldn't need 37-2. We were listening to concerns and we're trying to apply them to the bylaw.
To Capital, can you please provide town meeting information about why 37, motion 2?
Our major concern from the beginning was, how is this all going to work? How does this fit together? How do we get the groups working together? How do we maximize the value of the CPA to the town? And part of that process was looking at just how do we fit these two groups together? A big problem here, and particularly in trying to be addressed by Section 8, which is what I believe the question was about, is that we're going to launch this thing here. It's going to go, and there's going to be no control over this after it leaves. What the select board wants won't make any difference. What town manager wants won't make any difference. The only people that are going to be able to exert control are you, and that's going to be through your no vote if something comes forward from the WCCP. So our belief is that the correct way to go about this is to have town meeting empowered and have town meeting suggest the way that this fund be directed and controlled, because that's going to be the only final controlling mechanism here is town meeting vote. Also, we agree with FinCom that this was rushed. Frankly, the bylaw didn't exist before March 25th. That's not enough time for everyone to evaluate it and have a good conversation about what's going on. And so we view 37-2 as creating a town meeting committee that allows us to step back, evaluate this fully with time, and take in community input, take in town meeting input, and come back with a solid bylaw that hasn't been revised multiple times, even through town meeting. We don't think that's the right way to approach a bylaw.
And the third question is regarding the news. I believe this is actually a question for the town clerk regarding the news. Does the new Winchester news source count as a posting for hearings and? So for those listening at home, I know most people in this auditorium could hear it, but they could not because there wasn't a microphone there, is that at this time, more investigation will need to be looked into based on the circulation count, and they will work with town council to see what that is and see if it does count.
Thank you.
Further on the question?
Good evening, Madam Moderator. Kathy Vallone, Precinct 4. I have a few questions. In Section 1, it says that there will be residents who will be appointed by the Select Board and the Finance Committee, and I wonder, is there a criteria for selection, or how will those selections be made? And my second question is concerning Section 3. Will the committee be required to go through a competitive bidding process when they develop cost estimates for project recommendations submitted to town meeting so that the estimates are based on something concrete. And just third question is a little simpler. What types of expenses are anticipated that the committee will incur? I think these would be to the select board, or?
Yep, thank you. For the select board, can you please provide more information regarding the appointment criteria that is required from the select board and the finance committee under section 1?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Ms. Falone. Our process of appointment is through applications, and there will be criteria and evaluation of those applications from residents as submitted to us. And we will, in a public session, interview those candidates as well, and then take a vote formally to appoint to the committee pursuant to Section 1.
Follow-up, have you given thought to what those criteria will be?
No, I think that, we'll once the committee is established, we'll start looking at that. And I think that's part of, when we look at other communities, what they do for their appointments, we'll certainly take into account. But also, that's why we wanted to set up this advisory committee as part of the bylaw in advance. So some of those processes can be worked out. So, just in a little bit of response on Mr. McPeak's comments here, this bylaw that we're proposing is almost identical in every community. It is the model bylaw. Some of the changes that we put in there were based on feedback from town meeting members. So there's not a lot to tweak to that model bylaw. It is what it is, and having months and months going over it is not going to necessarily produce a different result.
I'm not quite sure who to direct this question to regarding the competitive bidding process, that is the legal requirements for CPA, and for the cost evaluations. The select board answer that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. So really, as you see from the Mass General Law, this is really a parallel capital process. And so all of the requirements for bidding projects and competitive bidding will apply to CPA projects, so large and small. So.
And is there a cost associated as well with the expenses of this body?
So there is, I think, 5% of the total amount of the surcharge is available. When we look at other communities, they don't use anywhere close to that. There may be some expenses that come about for recording secretaries, things like that, printing documents and everything. The select board has no interest in hiring anyone that would not be part of, that would not be allowed as part of the bylaw. So there are some incidental expenses. Those expenses would need to be approved by town meeting for the following fiscal year. So I think that's the good thing about the CPA and what works so well in other communities, that things don't really go off the rails because everything has to come back here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further on the question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Carol Savage, Precinct 5, and I just have a comment. As town meeting may remember, I tried to move our discussion and debate on 9 until after we had this conversation about 10, but that was resoundingly defeated. So I do feel strongly that this body should opine on Article 10, and I hope approve it. It is how we will explain to voters in November how the surcharge that we're proposing they pay on their real estate tax bill would be managed by the town. I do look at this as a tax increase. It's a 1.5% surcharge if it passes, with a state match that has varied year to year. We estimate about 20%, which is would be about $300,000 a year. That's not a huge amount of money. In the earlier years, it was substantially more, but it's still not nothing, and not something that we should take for granted here. As many of you know, I have never not supported an override in this town. Many of my neighbors look at me and tease me for how much I've increased their taxes. So and I'm mindful that we've now made the top 10 of average tax bills in the Commonwealth. So I look at this as we need to be able to justify this to the voters. We know there are other overrides coming, the Morocco, possibly stabilization funds, likely another operating override. And there's two ways to look at the CPA. One is to help to fund expenses that we know we're going to incur, that we know we have incurred, that would be eligible for CPA funding. And then the other opportunities to fund new projects that would be nice to fund, but we don't have the capacity to fund. My bias is that we prioritize with the CPA in Winchester those things that we need to fund. I did look at the capital projects list that the town manager assembled last fall. There's $27 million worth of projects that would be, in the next 5 years, that would be deemed reimbursable by the CPA. And we would potentially take in between 10 and 13 million over that 5-year period in CPA between local and state money. So there's clearly a need to use the funds toward projects that we know we're going to need to fund. And it's our body, this body here, that will have the ultimate say whether or not we're bringing something new forward or funding something like a maintenance of a historical school building or the town hall, which is a $7.5 million project renovation. So there's a lot of serious needs, and that doesn't even include important community housing, affordable housing that's also very urgent. There would be 10% in a bucket for open space and recreation, so that's about $180,000 a year going to that, which could be some nice to do projects. But I hope that we send a message to the community that this committee, the committee has done a good job of putting, I think, together a pretty good draft that has gotten a lot of input by stakeholders that represents the kinds of voices that I think this community need to have at the table for how our CPA would get spent. It was done in a quick time frame. I give credit to the community for responding to the request to bring a committee forward to our town meeting. And I don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good. I think we have a good draft of this. It can be amended by a future town meeting. Let's get it up, let's get it running, and let's tell the voters that we understand and we respect their tax dollars, that we will prioritize this for urgent needs. I hope town meeting feels that as well. And we also know the Attorney General is going to need to approve whatever we pass, so that requires time. So if we delay this till the fall, that only adds to the amount of time before we would be able to spend the revenue. So I would love to reassure the Morocco community that we know they waited patiently and their override is coming. And
Ms.
that
Savage, your time is up.
We will be mindful stewards of their tax dollars. So I urge you to vote yes on this.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Jurius.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dave Jurius, Precinct 8. I should note that I was one member of the Planning Board who did not vote to approve this. I abstained. Article 10 was actually, they came in very late. The Select Board reopened the warrant in order to put it in, which shows you how late it was. While I can't comment on the body, everything after Section 1 in terms of how representative it is of similar bylaws in the state, I've been told that the composition of the committee is actually quite different. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that because I don't believe it's representative of our community. All of the boards that you heard come up and approve it, and I'm not saying anything bad about these boards, they all have a position on this committee, so I am not surprised they're all in approval of it, and I would do the same. But I feel that there's only one seat in here, which is essentially for a resident at large. We have housing on here multiple times. We have, capital planning is part of the process. It will have a voice. I really think that Most of those slots that are empty should be for residents at large. This is the Community Act. All of the bodies in town, which are all of these committees already have a voice in this process. Town residents don't really. Yes, they can make petitions to this committee to get projects done, but they need to have a seat on the board. I really want to see people who are not involved in town meeting or any existent board on this committee. So that's my major problem with this. I think that it's been a very rushed process. We saw changes of this being made as various stakeholders groups came in, all the stakeholder groups that we have all known and seen for years. We know who those are. But I don't think we've actually heard from the voice of the community on this. So my recommendation would be that this be indefinitely postponed so that we can actually take the time and get more than 6 weeks of input. Let's go out to the community. This is what they're going to want to have a voice on, and let's let them have a say in how this is put together.
Is that a formal motion to IP?
Not at this point, Madam Moderator. I would like to hear what other members of this town meeting wish to say.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. David Miller, Precinct 5, and a member of the study group. Just a couple of comments. One in particular is that there have not been multiple versions of this document. The study group voted on 2 of them, the one that's in the motion book and the one that's in front of you. I'd like to speak strongly in favor of Article 10, and in particular the 8th paragraph, which describes an advisory committee that will spend a number of months in advance of the fall election working through some of the operational details of this. That study group is fully representative of the members of the ultimate WCCP, as well as additional members who have expressed opinions in this process. And so I think it's representative as it can be, to come to a working process for how the CPA functions in Winchester. But I would also say that a close read of Article 10 actually contains a great deal of detail as to how this committee works, in particular in terms of its solicitation of project ideas that, of course, are appropriate for the CPA, and how those are sorted through and how those are eventually put in front of town meeting. Again, I urge you to read it closely. I think most of the answers that you're looking for will be found there, and you'll find them affirmative, and so I encourage your support of Article 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Appreciate the work and the thoughts that's gone in so far. What struck me is there's been a lot of discussion about the amount of money that this new group will be responsible for, yet there is no member of Finance Committee on either the establishment in Section 1, nor, quite strikingly, in Section 8, the advisory board. It is members of committee, except for Finance Committee, who has to appoint somebody who is not a member of Finance Committee. And that's not very much in parallel with the Capital Planning Committee. The proponent talked about this is a parallel capital process. The Capital Planning Committee has 2 sitting members of FinCom as voting members. So given the amount of money we're talking about, given the integration that we're looking for with the Capital Planning Committee, I would like to move to amend Article 10 in 2 places. The first place would be to add in Section 1, 1 member of the Finance Committee as designated by that committee for a term of 3 years. And in Section 8, to delete the phrase, not of their members, after Finance Committee, and a representative as designated by before Finance Committee, so that it now would read, the committee shall include a representative from the Capital Planning Committee, a representative of the Finance Committee, and a representative from the Conservation Commission, etc.
Before you make that motion and before it's seconded, I'm going to have town council provide you information regarding the Finance Committee and what's currently in our bylaws regarding the finance and the state laws, just so you know, and then you can make your decision thereafter, okay?
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
To town council, can you please provide the town meeting information regarding the Finance Committee and the rules that are in place at the state and the local level?
So at the local level, again, Jay Tallerman, Town Council, under the town's local bylaws, the Finance Committee is not permitted to serve on any other board or committee. There is an exception because the Capital Plan Committee bylaw does reference specifically that, It's an interesting conflict that exists right now, and I can't sit here and address it, but the prohibition against serving on other committees is in the bylaws, so it would not be a legitimate exercise of town meeting's authority to violate an existing bylaw unless you amended that original bylaw. I think, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Betancourt or the study group, that there was an effort to give the Finance Committee some input into the membership, however, and I think that's how they ended up at this.
I'll give you the quote. It's section 4.1.2 of our town bylaws, composition, term of office for the Finance Committee, which is a standing committee of this body. The Finance Committee shall consist of 15 voters who shall hold no other town office. The members shall be appointed for a term of 3 years each, so arranged that the terms of the office of 5 members shall expire each year. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It does. I would suggest that while we're thinking about this, we consider whether there shouldn't then be more than one member with voting rights as designated by the Finance Committee, rather than just one. So I will I will withdraw my earlier motion, and I'll move to amend Article 10 to have, let's see, it is, I would then be 2 residents of the town of Winchester who do not hold elected or appointed office nor serves as town employees designated by the Finance Committee. And I would strongly encourage the Finance Committee, when evaluating candidates, to think of former FinCom members for that.
There's another point, sorry.
No problem.
Not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure you know all the information,
on the
and then
details
you can.
of town bylaws.
So, no, it's okay. There's a law in place regarding CPA, regarding how many members can serve on it, to confirm that, town council.
Yeah, I swear I'm not out to get you here.
It's okay. I saw you.
Neither am I.
It's a maximum of 9 members. So that would be 10 if you increase.
Okay, I can keep going. I'm quite nimble.
So can I.
So, excellent, excellent. I love it. We've got the same barber, so let's see how long it lasts. All right. So I keep my proposed motion for I to be 2 members and to remove the resident who is appointed by the Select Board. So delete H. Why do I delete H? Because the Select Board already has 3 voting members on there, and there should be balance between the 3 of 9 versus 1 of 9 from the Finance Committee and 1 of 9 of all other committees. So I'd suggest, out of equity, the Select Board get 2 voting members plus the ex officio town manager, and then I get edited to be 2 residents of Winchester from as appointed by FinCom.
Are you talking about section 7 specifically?
This is section 1. We would delete H and change I to be 2 residents of the town of Winchester appointed by FinCom.
There is a motion to strike section 1H and modify I to change it from 1 resident of the town of Winchester to be, who does not hold elected or appointed office, to 2 residents of the town of Winchester who does not hold elected or appointed office nor serves as a town employee as designated by the Finance Committee for a term of 3 years. Do we have a second? Someone say your name, please. Chris Jones has a second. Congratulations. At this time, town meeting, we are going to debate the amendment.
Madam Moderator, very quick question for clarification. I didn't hear deletion of H as part of the motion.
A deletion of H, and then I to be modified to be 2 residents of the town of Winchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
May we have a recommendation from the Select Board? Did you vote? Okay. Finance Committee, please vote. Any other boards and committees, get your vote on. Let's go.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Town meeting, the Select Board voted unanimously unfavorable action on the amendment. And, just let me clarify a point briefly here. What is rare about this bylaw is that there is no Select Board member on this committee. It was a tough sell to the Select Board, but we felt that having a more diverse representation on the committee is important. As I mentioned, the first 5 out of 9 members on the committee are required to be that way from state law. So we're dealing with 4 members from the community, and we're trying to put the best foot forward here. So our willingness to really give away our actual representation on the committee is based on our trust in the process, our trust in the legislation, and ultimately our our trust in town meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? All right. School Committee? Anyone? No. All right, we're just going to wait for the Finance Committee. Make it quick. They could have probably sat in their seats and done this. This time. What? Yeah. Do you have the score? We'll get the score of the game for everyone. Oh, the Celtics are losing. We're not going to talk about the score. It's bad. Yes. Finance Committee, please return to your seats. Finance Committee, you are not in an open meeting. You need to return to your seats. Yes, please. That is a correct point. Finance Committee, please take your seats. Town meeting wants to hear what you have to say in your debate among yourselves. They did not feel they could access your meeting.
We were trying to be quiet, not to interrupt.
I know. I know your attention.
It wasn't much of a discussion.
Do you have a recommendation? Were you able to get there?
Yes. Thank you. We voted to take no position on the amendment.
Right now, we're just discussing the motion to amend, and only that. Is there any questions or comments on the motion to amend? Seeing no one rise, I believe you are ready for the vote. We are taking a motion to amend Article 10 by striking Section H and replacing I with 2 residents versus 1. A vote in the affirmative will make that amendment. A vote in the negative will not make that amendment. We'll try a voice vote first, given the time. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? No. Can't tell. Get your clickers out. We'll do it real quick. Wait for the light. There it is. Go. Simple majority required. Oh, we weren't at the mic. Oh, I already called the vote. Sorry. Tell him to move out of the way and get to the mic. Simple majority required, with the noes having it. And the motion has failed. Returning back to Article 10 as originally presented by the proponent, continuing on the debate.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Seamus Brady, Precinct 1. I rise to encourage folks to vote in support of this article. I think it's very well written. When you compare it to other towns who have had success, I think it stands up comparably. And I appreciate all the work that went into it and the recent changes as well. I think those were impactful. So I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Madam Moderator, Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I'd like to make a motion to amend. It's some technical language. It is in Section 1 at the top of page 2. Town meeting members are permitted to serve as members of the WCCP in any of the foregoing capacities. That's fine, but then the language "and otherwise" and "are otherwise not" should be stricken. Because I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to make sure that town meeting members can serve as either one of the at-large positions, H and I. But what this language does is it actually takes away all of the restrictions for appointments. So you need to get rid of, you either need to take this and put town meeting members are not subject to H and I, as holding another position in another office, or you need to strike the language "and are otherwise not."
Well,
So
which one
that's
would
my
you like
motion.
to choose? Do you need support
I
from
think
me?
it's simpler to strike "and otherwise not."
There is a motion to strike "and are otherwise," I believe the whole sentence, rest of it, correct? Or is it just those words?
Nope, just those words. Well, actually, no, yeah, strike the whole rest of the sentence.
All right.
Thank you so much. Perfect.
So there is a motion to strike "and are otherwise not subject to other restrictions for appointments as defined herein." This is on the top of the page 2. Is there a second? Can we have comment from legal to confirm what the striking does?
It does not appear to change the intent of it. It certainly doesn't upset any of the other legalities, so it would be a legal amendment.
Does it make it more clear that town meeting can be appointed by other bodies, members?
It certainly is simpler. The goal of that language, I believe, was to provide a nod, as you suggested, Ms. Simboli, but I think it is clear. It does clarify just the simple proposition that they essentially are not considered elected officials as otherwise noted in the provisions above. So there is a certain simplified clarity to it, yes.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? There's a lot. Diabjurius, you can have it. Your hand's still up. You held it for a long time. Was that a second? All right, Diabjurius gets a second. All right, so at this point, questions or comments on the motion to amend striking "and are otherwise not subject to other restrictions for appointment as defined herein"? Seeing no one come to the mic, correct? I will. I believe town meeting is ready for the vote. The motion is to amend Article 10 by striking the words "and are otherwise not subject to other restrictions for appointment as defined herein on the top of page 2 on the pink motion sheet. All those in favor will strike that section that I quoted. A vote in the negative will leave it in. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Returning back to the debate of Article 10 as amended, Mr. Grensback.
Madam Moderator, town meeting members, listening to tonight's debate and the previous discussions about this, it strikes me that we have two issues to be resolved. First is the internal processes for the WCCP. How is this new committee going to operate? How are they going to identify projects? How are they going to evaluate them? And how are they going to recommend them to town meeting and to others? The second issue that comes up, and that's the first one is an internal one. The second issue that comes up is what's the relationship between this WCCP and the existing capital planning committee? The question then is, if they have overlapping jurisdictions, if they have overlapping projects, what's the protocol for resolving those? And that's an issue of governance for the town meeting because it affects the efficiency of our capital planning process. If I have listened to Mr. Betancourt's presentation accurately, almost all the material in this motion, and I say this is 1 through 7, sections 1 through 7, are basically either set by standards, other towns, it's a state model, or in fact, it's pretty well agreed to by this committee and everybody else in things that this is pretty solid. My suggestion the town meeting may wish to consider, and the sponsor may wish to think about this, if the sections 1 through 7 are in agreement, then the critical key piece is section 8, which is having the select board put together this advisory committee to figure out the internal processes for this committee. And to do that, and we may wish to separate out either by striking out the first 7 sections and then just dropping directly to this section, the select board shall put this committee in place, have that committee work through the issues we're talking about, and come back with any amendments that they need. That would leave, by and large, the town meeting is not going to be debating the set 1 through 7, but come look at what the recommendations and details are in 8. That would leave us then in Article 37, Part 2, the opportunity to say, in that one, we need to look at the relationship between the two committees. So the suggestion would be for town meeting to look at moving forward on the advisory committee, which I think is the key missing element, and what the WCCP working committee put in as the critical piece, and separate those two issues so that we get a good look at basically how it would work and how it would relate to the other areas.
Thank you.
I guess my first question would be to the sponsors of this thing. Would they accept that as an amendment, or do they want the whole thing passed as a block, which seems to me to be unnecessary at this time, but potentially an option?
To the select board, would you accept that as an amendment if made? It's to strike everything but 8?
Yes.
Can you clarify? It's a strike.
To assume that, per Mr. Betancourt's proposal, that everything from 1 through 7 is either pretty much standardized at the state level or is pretty well accepted by the other committees and town meeting members. So the core unanswered question is in 8, which is putting together an advisory committee that would figure out how the details of this committee would work. What's their procedure and how would they move forward with it? That seems to me the core question and core issue that needs to resolve, not the rest of 1 through 7.
So you're asking if they would strike section 8? Can you, so what section are you looking for? What do you want to have remaining?
What I would have remaining is the language in section 8. I would strike following town meeting approval of this bylaw. And I would simply say that town meeting authorizes this or asks the select board to convene, and all the language after that would stay in place. So basically town meeting would say, select board, go ahead, put this advisory committee together, detail how this group is going to work, and come back in the fall town meeting with the rest of the articles in any detail.
You're looking at if they would be willing to strike section 1 through 7, leave section 8 in place, and then come back to town meeting in the fall. Yes, he said yes. That is what he's asking. He's asking if the select board would be willing to strike section 1 through 7 and keep section 8 remaining and work on it, continue to work on it, and come back in the fall. It's your call. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Yep, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Grensback and Madam Moderator. So we wouldn't do that. I mean, we voted unanimously against that recommendation. We actually spent a lot of time with the study committee and with different stakeholder groups. We had a public hearing on 9 and 10. We had over 75 people at that public hearing. All boards and committees, they supported at that a week ago at least. I don't know where they are today, but unanimously the language in 10, right? So what we did in that time is we made a few changes that we thought were answering some of capital planning's issues and some of the other issues that we saw that were clerical. But when you look around at other communities in the Commonwealth that has passed this, almost 200, it almost looks exactly like our bylaw that we're presenting. That advisory piece, we can do that at any time, but it's really what we've already been doing. So it's somewhat circular. And what I would say, to Lance is, we've got, I think it's important that we move forward on this because the WCCP, when it's established, they're not required to accept, what our recommendations are from either advisory committee from 37-2 or from 8. They're really just suggestions. They can run any way that they want to. And when you look at around the Commonwealth, a lot of these committees, they do evolve over a period of time, and they do make recommendations to town meeting, even to change the makeup of it. Maybe they say we want more at-large members. One of the reasons that we were comfortable with the town, with the finance committee being appointed by the committee, not a member, is because the finance committee is kind of a lot of work. And there is a period of time that would be the same period of time when we would be reviewing applications where that finance committee member would be needed to be part of the CPA. When you look at the reports that come out of these CPA committees, they're like 100 pages, and I can show you some information on those as well. It's a substantial amount of work, and they all have a process that they have developed over a period of time to work with the capital planning committee. So we can set up as many advisory committees as we want to. The town manager is only one person, and we already really overwork the hell out of her. And so all these committees that everybody is creating for her to be on, I don't know what that looks like at the end of the day, right? So I think we've got a lot of direction from other communities, and I think we trust the process. But I do appreciate your amendment. I think it's a good one, but I think we're just going to end up going in circles.
A follow-up comment, if I may. If we don't need an advisory committee, then we don't need an advisory committee, that's the argument. But I would point out to town meeting that once you pass a bylaw, although everybody will tell you that it's easy to change it, it generally tends to stay blocked in place. So once we put this through, you're going to have an uphill battle to change even the details of it in the future. Thank you.
That does not need a follow-up.
I can't follow up,
No, that does not need a follow-up. Further on the question? Mrs.
Thank
Blackwell?
you, Madam Moderator. Megan Blackwell, Precinct 7. I have a couple concerns with the bylaw written as is. One, it doesn't address how CPC and WPPC or PCC work together. That's crucial. That's already been stated. Also, it doesn't address the priority of existing projects versus new projects. And thirdly, well, my third comment I'll rephrase as a question. Through you, Madam Moderator, to the Committee on Government Regulations, have you and your committee reviewed this bylaw, and do you have a comment on it? And how would it be affected by the decennial review?
To the chair of the Committee of Government Regulations, can you please provide town meeting? My apologies, I did not call on you. Oh, you're. Do you have any feedback on this? And then also the impacts that you would see this having on the bicentennial review?
Right now, it's not number one. Yes, government regulations did review the original proposed bylaw and made recommendations to the proponents of the bylaw to make some of the changes that you see in the revised bylaw. Other sections that were added did not appear to be away from the state law, and so we have no comment on, for example, Section 7 and 8. Those don't really fall under the jurisdiction of government regulations. One question that I have for town council through the moderator is if this Article 10, this bylaw, is not passed, how does it affect the vote that we took on Article 9?
You kind of hijacked. Mrs. Blackwell, do you want to hear that question answered?
I have a follow-up.
Okay, why don't we take your follow-up and then?
Thank you.
What's your
Madam
follow-up?
My follow-up is, earlier there was a suggested amendment to Article 10 about whether or not a finance committee member could serve on this committee. And as you read the current bylaw, to me, there's an ambiguity between whether finance committee members can hold elected or appointed offices. So my follow-up is, will this issue be discussed by the decennial review, and could it impact the makeup of this committee?
I think it actually goes to town council, if that's okay. It might be an easier. To town council, can you please provide town meeting members information regarding the decennial review, and if the issue that you noted before regarding the finance committee capital and our bylaws, the section I quoted, would be part of that review? Would anticipate that that would be part of the review?
I think anything that they chose to be contained within the bylaws, whether a new bylaw or a revision to existing bylaws, could be part of their review. There's no necessary boundaries to that. That's why they exist, to take on existing as well as potential new matters. I mean, that is one that they could take on. I don't see an ambiguity in it, but that also isn't one of their charges. They can take on things that are rigid in form as well and completely change them if that was what they wanted to do.
And how would it affect the makeup, or could it affect the makeup of this committee?
Only with a subsequent bylaw change. If this was passed as is, and then the bylaw was changed so that the FinCom could serve on another board, then we could come back here, or they could suggest that we come back here and add a FinCom member.
Thank you.
And then there was a question that I will have town council also follow up that we heard, and we'll just get to it, is the adoption of this impact the CPA vote that was passed under Article 9 for November?
Not directly. That will go forward as well. It would impact implementation issues if it was a favorable vote, but from a legal perspective, it has no bearing on what people are voting on in November.
And what is the date of the implementation after the vote if it passes in November?
The date of the implementation of the bylaw or the CPA Act?
The implementation of when the committee needs to be set and running.
Well, the act could not be utilized without a bylaw at all. So even if it would sit on the books, but it cannot be utilized because it is an absolute requirement that there be a community preservation committee.
And when does that need to be up and running?
There's no must or required for that, but to the extent, if you just look at a timeline with the next available opportunity after November to consider and go through the process, the hearings, the studies that are required under the bylaw, you'd be looking at the earliest, if there was even implementation today, probably of next spring. If the bylaw wasn't adopted, i.e. the committee was not created until late winter or even next spring, then you could potentially miss opportunity for appropriations at next spring's town meeting.
Thank you. I believe you're next, right, Mrs.?
I am.
Please go ahead.
I rise to speak to town meeting as a member of the study committee tonight and not as a school committee member. I want to echo what Ms. Savage said about us not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. That has been the motto of the study committee as we went through this process since the end of last summer. Certainly not all members of this study committee, as the process has been described here, we were not all unified on everything that came before us and that we needed to decide either. We have needed to work with all of the boards and committees and all the individuals that are going to be represented as part of this committee. This town meeting talks a lot about compromise and working together and coming to an understanding, and that has been the spirit of this study committee in bringing this before you. I've worked on a lot of committees in this town, and anytime you're on a committee, you're always going to have people that agree with you and people that don't. And everybody is going to come with their own interests. But this committee, this town meeting voted overwhelmingly to support Article 9 and bring the CPA before the town for a vote. I would like us tonight to try to keep that in perspective as we think about Article 10 and not allow our concerns about our own individual interests to outweigh the interests of bringing the CPA unified before the town. We certainly can always come back and look at this bylaw if it's not working. And we can say as a body, it's not working and we need to fix it. It's not written in stone. But until we actually go forward with a bylaw, we're not going to know if it works or not. And if we never get to that point, we'll certainly never know if it works. So that's just what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. My name is James Johnson. I'm speaking as a town meeting member from Precinct 6, and these are my personal opinions and my personal questions. I have a question for the Select Board. I have been looking over the Select Board minutes from last summer, fall, and early spring. And I have somebody that has to give me a little direction. I was looking for information regarding the study committee, or also referred to as the working committee. I know there was a discussion in midsummer about the organization of a working committee. But as I look beyond that, there was never really a vote by the Select Board to create a working committee. That's my first question. Could someone let me know when? The second thing was, I was looking for a post requesting membership to join this working committee. To the best of my knowledge, it was never posted to have members to apply to the Select Board. There were never interviews from the general citizens of Winchester. And I don't know if there was ever a vote in public to appoint any members on this working committee. So my first question, and I have a follow-up, is could someone explain to me and address those 4 questions, please?
To the Select Board, can you please answer the 4 questions?
With the dates, if you have them.
The minutes from our August 14th meeting, a presentation by the CPA working group, which was composed of myself, Mr. Betancourt, and 2 town meeting members, was a presentation about the CPA overview and that we must vote to establish a study group.
Yes, that's in the minutes.
Yep. The motion that was made was that the Select Board create a CPA study committee led by the current working group of those 4 members mentioned, and request that the working group identify members for the study committee by reaching out to the groups identified on the previous slide. Those members were identified by said committees to the study group and not appointed by the 4 members of the working group or the Select Board.
Okay, normally, why weren't the original citizens at large, why wasn't that posted? Why wasn't interviews held? And why wasn't there an appointment by the entire Board of Selectmen regarding this committee?
To the Select Board, were there postings for the positions that were not filled by members of specific boards and committees?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for the question. We don't always, for a specific committee or working group, post. This was a very short runway here where we got together in September. And what our goal was at that point for the study committee was to come up with a preview for fall town meeting. So people would have an idea. They would, if they had questions, they could come to our meetings. They could come ask the Select Board. The study committee itself Their objective was one thing. It was to create a study report that is required by the state. So it wasn't to advise on strategy or anything like that. The actual working group was a select board. It's, we are the proponents. We are the ones that moved this forward. And it was our strategy, and we discussed this in multiple meetings, all publicly noticed and everything. But the study group, that was to come up with a report to present to town meeting, which we did. And we wanted to get the preview out, and the study committee really worked very hard in order to get that study preview out to fall town meeting to get people as engaged as possible. And we did have people attend our meeting. We did have them ask questions. So it was a fully engaged process for a period of time that we followed the letter of the law based on what was recommended to us by the Community Preservation Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. You did an awful lot of work, but you still did not address my question. My question was, why wasn't the position of citizens at large posted? Why wasn't it held interviews? And why wasn't there a vote to appoint these citizens at large to this committee? I would think you'd get a much broader support if you put a post out, held public interviews, and then appointed somebody.
Before you answer that, let me just help you a little bit. Did you post for the positions on the working group?
Oh, so as I said before, we don't typically do that, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, so that's the answer. Was it yes or no? No? Then the question is, why not? So they're now going forward. Go forward with the second.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and Mr. Johnson. What we do and what our policy is and what is required by the charter is we post for vacancies, right? So we were establishing this committee for a period of time, and it was only for the specific reason of creating the study report. So we don't typically do that. For most of our committees, we don't do that at all, unless they are standing committees and we're appointing somebody to a multi-year appointment. So this, as I said, was we needed representation from each of the bodies that kind of represented those buckets in the report. So, thank you.
So there was no posting, there was no interviews by the entire select board, and it was not a vote appointed by the select board members. In my opinion, that's not how we do things in town. This was a very crucial committee that's going to have a drastic effect on our community, hopefully financially positive, but it's flawed. It's flawed. We're asking for a committee to work independently to do what is in the best interest of the town. Wow, I don't think they did it. I hate to say it, but I think the process is wrong. Well, no, I think the process wasn't right. And I think this town deserves, and with the help of town meeting, we can make a much better project for the entire community going forward, for many years going forward, and will have a positive impact on the town's finances, on our assets, and address some of our liabilities.
There is a motion to move the vote. It requires a 2/3 majority. It is, let's just go straight to the vote, correct? Yep. So there is, did you get a second? Thank you. All right, so at this time, it does require a 2/3 vote. I will try a voice vote first to see if you are ready, what this is for town meeting members who are new. Move the vote means that the person who made the motion is ready to actually take the vote. However, to be able to take the vote, they need approval of 2/3 of the body to proceed to move to the vote. So you're saying, yes, I want to end debate and vote, or you're saying, no, I don't want to end debate and I'm not ready to vote. So all those in favor of ending debate and going to vote, say aye. Aye. All those not in favor, the ayes have it. The motion passes. Yes, you may. 2/3 vote required. This is a motion to move the vote, which means that you are ready to vote on Article 10 as amended. Requires a 2/3 adoption. Voting in favor means let's vote on 10 as amended. Vote no means let's not vote on 10 as amended. Lights on. Having 141 having voted, 94 required for adoption, 102 are in the affirmative, 39 are in the negative, and the motion passes. That means that right now we are going to move to Article 10 as amended. As a reminder, it's in your pink sheet with the following sentence stricken, which is the amendment, which was, and are otherwise not subject to other restrictions for appointments as defined herein is the part that is stricken. That is the amendment that is included in motion 10 on your pink sheet. A vote in the affirmative means that you are in favor of adding chapter 25 to our town bylaws. A vote in the negative means you are not in favor of adding chapter 25 to the town bylaws at this time. We'll use our clickers. A simple majority vote is required. Lights on. Requiring a simple majority, the majority have it, and the motion passes. Moving on to 32, we're going to quickly move through the rest of our agenda. The Personnel Board representative, I believe, is still here. We really appreciate it. Town meeting members, you need to stay so we can get the quorum and close our meeting tonight, and you don't need to come back another night. Let's move through as fast as we can through this.
Hey, Peter, how you doing, sir? I'm doing good. I just woke up public.
Article 32 has
That's brutal.
4 motions before you. It's being brought to you by the Personnel Board. My deepest apologies to the Personnel Board because you always get put in this position, but we still love you. So,
At least somebody does.
so if you quickly do your presentation, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
All right, this is real. This is going to be really easy, I promise. This is an easy one. All right. So we have actually 4 motions, not 8. So motion 1 and 2 are an increase in salary. They cover an increase in salary for non-union town employees. We'll cover those a little later. Motion 3 is we're creating a position in the Recreation Committee. Oops, sorry. And finally, 4 is moving some money around because we still haven't settled all the contracts. Okay, so motion 1. This is a cost of living increase for non-union employees. It's a 2.5% increase across the board. It is the same as we did last year. It takes effect with the start of FY 25, which is July 1st. Personnel Board recommends favorable action. Motion 2 is to pay for this change in the FY 25 budget. So it moves a total of $260,948 to the various budgets in the town. That's covered in your motion book.
$217,786 of that is raised as tax levy, $9,525 is transferred from the water and sewer retained earnings, and finally $33,637 is transferred from the recreation program receipts. Motion 3 creates the position of a licensed child care director. This will be in the recreation department. This position, as again, it'll be paid for out of the recreation budget. This is the price to pay for this comes from the revenue in the recreation department. It is not raised from the tax levy, and it allows the recreation department to expand its program of after-school and summer educational programs. And finally, motion 4. This is a motion that takes place every spring town meeting. It's a little confusing for those who are new. It's actually a simple concept. We have a single contract which has not been closed. That contract is the Police Patrolmen's Union. The rest of the contracts have closed. At some point, we will close the Patrolmen's Union, and at that point, we're going to have to pay them for what would be their extra wages this year. So in order to do that, we are setting money aside. This is a lot of money that is being moved around from various places. So it's a total of $130,143, which will be placed in the FY unallocated wage fund, and that will include $35,272, which will move from the FY23 unallocated wage fund into the FY23 to the FY25, and $660,799 from the FY24 unallocated wage fund into the FY25 allocated wage fund. And that's it.
Thank you very much for that. It is moved and seconded that the town's compensation schedule be amended to fund a proposed 2.5 COLA effective July 1st, 2024, as recommended by the town manager and the personnel board, as set forth in Appendix A. Proposed fiscal year 2025 non-union municipal compensation schedule is proposed. I got a hole punch right there.
All right, where are we?
The part in bold on your motion 1. Proposed what, though, COLA? Percentage of the COLA?
Oh, 2.5%.
What is it? 2.5%. All right. Proposed fiscal year 2025 non-union municipal compensation schedule is proposed 2.5% COLA. July 1st, 2024, and Schedule 2, CS compensation schedule fiscal year 25, Schedule 3, PT compensation schedule fiscal year 25, Schedule 4, management schedule fiscal year 2025, Schedule 5, miscellaneous positions compensation schedule fiscal year 2025, and Schedule 6, recreation compensation schedule art grades fiscal year 2025. Questions or comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Majority vote required. Motion passes. Moving on to motion 2, it is moved and seconded that the town appropriate the sum of $260,948 to various fiscal year 2025 municipal personal service budgets as proposed by the personnel board in their handout. Believe that's appropriate. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion 3 is moved and seconded that the town's compensation plan be amended effective July 1st, 2024, as recommended by the town manager and the personnel board, as set forth in Appendix B. Proposed creation of a position on Schedule 3 PT compensation schedule fiscal year 25 to July 1st, 2024. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Motion 4 is moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate $130,143, transfer $35,272 from the fiscal year 23 unallocated wage account 0312551 and transfer $66,799 from the fiscal year 24 unallocated wage account 0312561 for the fiscal year 25 unallocated wage account to provide for the revision, adjustment in salaries and wages and other benefits for the unsettled police patrol collective bargaining agreement for municipal union employees of the town for fiscal year 2025. Said sum to be allocated pursuant to the subsequent town meeting votes. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? All those opposed, the ayes have it, the motion passes. Town meeting members love to check your moderator and everything that is said on the yellow sheet. And just to correct and to make sure everyone is aware, motion 42 on the yellow sheet, the total amount is $7,555,000 for the record. Moving on to the next item of business. We are moving on to Article 33. This is for the Strategic Capital Maintenance Fund. This year marks the 10th year anniversary of this. The fund's concept was established with establishment and is spearheaded by our very own town meeting member, Lance Grensback. Town meeting first appropriated money in spring town meeting 2015, the amount of $100,000, and every spring town meeting since with a total authorization of $900,000. This is used to help fill the gap between routine maintenance and major capital replacement projects. These funds are available to meet small capital needs in between town meetings so that management can be proactive with emergency repairs or maintenance that always comes up during the year. This is jointly sponsored by the Select Board, Town Manager, and Capital Planning Committee. The Town Manager drew the short straw.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So as the moderator mentioned, this starting back in spring of 2015, town meeting has annually appropriated $100,000 from free cash to be used towards the implementation of a strategic capital maintenance program. The objective of this fund is to make strategic repairs and improvements that extend the useful life of town buildings, vehicles, and other infrastructure as cost effectively as possible. The program fills the gap between routine maintenance paid for out of our departmental operating budgets and major capital replacement projects, and it allows staff to react quickly to capital needs outside of the normal town meeting funding cycle and fiscal year constraints. The funds have been used over the past decade to complete a variety of improvements to school and municipal buildings and our vehicle fleet. I've highlighted just a few here this evening. The photo on the left shows the rebuilt boiler at the Mystic School, which was completed in 2022. This project bought the town some additional time to evaluate a full heating system replacement in the building, which is desperately needed and is currently underway. The photo on the right shows the rebuilt controls of the McCall School elevator, which extended its useful life and makes the elevator code compliant. Funds have also been used to rebuild the boiler controls at McCall on the 25-year-old equipment, extending its useful life significantly. In 2016, DPW used $32,000 to extend the useful life of a 20-year-old plow and salt truck by replacing the front end, cab, and engine with used pieces. The rebuilt truck is still in use today. The fire department has used the funds for a variety of equipment needs over the years. Engine 6, which is shown on the top left, had reached the end of its useful life and was repurposed using maintenance funds by removing the rear pump and replacing it with a new modular unit. Funds were also used to replace the transmission in Ladder 1 when it failed 5 years before it was scheduled for replacement. Funds were also used to upgrade the town's backup ambulance, bringing it into compliance with current standards. For FY25, town meeting is being asked to appropriate $200,000 from free cash, which is an increase over the $100,000 allowance in previous years. This increased request reflects the ongoing needs of our aging infrastructure. Use of the funds is open to all municipal and school facilities and will be approved by the town manager in consultation with the Capital Planning Committee, as has been the past practice. I should note that for several years, these funds were appropriated under a standalone article like this, but in recent years, they were approved on the yellow sheet. Similar to the capital projects this year, in consultation with the comptroller and town council, we will move back to voting these funds as a standalone article each spring, and the funds will carry over for multiple fiscal years. Thank you.
To the Finance Committee, did you have a recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, we have a recommendation. We believe this should this is 10 years running. This is part of the operating budget. It should not have been removed from the yellow sheet. We included it in our budget. It's in our budget book. We approved this article. But we believe this is an operating expense. It should go on the yellow sheet.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the town appropriate $200,000 from free cash to a strategic capital maintenance fund for extending the useful life of town's assets, including but not limited to equipment, vehicles, building systems, or any other town infrastructure, and further to authorize a town manager in consultation with the capital planning committee to administer and expend funds from said account effective July 1st, 2024. Any questions or comments? Majority vote required. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. It is your moderator's understanding that under Article 36, we do not have any motions at this time, and so we'll move on to Article 37. It is the moderator's understanding from the capital planning that the motion 1 under 37 has been IP'd, and so will not be read into the business of this meeting. However, there is a motion number 2 that is still in place. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. Roger McPeak. Grab your yellow sheets. Well, not the yellow sheets from FinCom, but the yellow sheets from Capital.
Oh, I know you don't have anything, yes, sir. I'm just putting
A little sunnier.
the article up so they can vote.
The neon yellow. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Congratulations, we have a bylaw which is either relatively easy to adjust as we move forward or very difficult to adjust as we move forward. It's not really clear which one we've got. What we are offering here is the best of both worlds. We believe that this bylaw was rushed. The fact that you've been editing it on the fly in town meeting is not a good sign. We believe it does need review and should be reviewed over the summer and looked at and have public comment brought in and consider modifying it in the fall. But we do have a bylaw that we're now operating off of. As was mentioned, Section 8 that exists would create a working group to look at how these two groups will interact. As was also mentioned, once the WCCP gets launched, they're free to ignore that recommendation. They're an autonomous group. The only group that has any authority over the WCCP in the end is town meeting. And you have the ability to say no to the things that are brought forward. So what we are recommending is that you create a working committee, a subcommittee, that evaluates how these two groups work together and develops policies and procedures on how they're going to work together. And that won't be ignored. Much as you have provided guidelines to capital planning through the 2002 and 2006 committee, you could provide guidance to those guidance to the WCCP that if they ignore, you have the power to say no and bring them back to where you want them to be. And that's what we're offering you in Article 37, Motion 2.
Do we have a recommendation from the Select Board?
Good evening. Select Board voted unfavorable action on 37-2. We see this as just a redundant committee. Section 8 of what we just passed is going to be studying pretty much the same thing. And I will just say, if you really want to get involved and see how the new WCCP is going to integrate itself with our other processes around town, get out there and volunteer to be on it, because that's where the work is going to be done. Thank you.
Do we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Yes, the Finance Committee voted unanimously to not take a position on Article 37, Motion 2.
Recommendation from the Planning Board?
Thank you. The Planning Board recommended unfavorable action on what was originally put forward in the motion book. I'm not sure if there's been a change with the neon yellow sheet. We have not considered any revisions to this article. Our opposition was the lack of a capital planning representative on the committee.
They have been placed on it.
But we have not considered the revision of that. So thank you very much.
Yep. Mr. Servier, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, from the Housing Partnership Board. We discussed this last night at our meeting. We recommended by a vote, a unanimous vote of 10-0, that this motion number 2 not be approved. We saw this committee as being, as proposed in this article, as largely duplicative. of the committee already established as a part of Article 10, a single committee to develop operating recommendations, including how the various groups should work together, is sufficient. Two separate committees are not needed. Therefore, unfavorable action is encouraged.
Thank you. Conservation Commission recommendation?
Speaking as a resident.
Oh, not there yet. Okay. Any other boards or committees? This time, town meeting members, any questions or comments on motion number 2 for under 37, requesting a town meeting committee?
David Miller, Precinct 3, speaking as a resident. Precinct 5. I don't know
It's
what
late.
Precinct 3 is. Strongly opposed to this particular motion. Not only is it redundant with what we just voted favorably in Article 10, but it does not include any of the members who actually would be working members of the WCCP. And for that reason, it's not going to yield a result which is consistent with what the WCCP actually ends up doing. So I recommend an unfavorable vote.
Any other questions or comments? After this, we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I echo, I'm not in favor of this warrant article, and I echo what people said about it being redundant, but I don't understand how this committee, which would be redundant, would have any authority that is greater than the one that was suggested in the original one that we passed to form a committee, a CPA committee, working committee, and an advisory committee. So I don't understand how this would generate any additional authority, and it seems in particular to be something that would just complicate matters worse, especially given that it seems like the two warrant articles were sort of created in a way that wasn't very collaborative to begin with a second one sort of counteracting what the select board was putting forward. That's not a good start, in my opinion.
To Town Council, can you provide clarity on the difference between an advisory committee of the Select Board and a working and a subcommittee of town meeting?
It depends a little bit how they come in, but all of them are advisory. None of them are doing anything except making recommendations. They just don't have the statutory or bylaw authority to do it. So whether it's the committee in number 8, which is making recommendations, the committee under 37-2, which is making recommendations, or any other committee formed by this body to study something and bring a report back to town meeting, they're all advisory and non-binding.
Thank you very much. Town meeting members are ready for the vote on motion 37, Article 37, motion 2. Simple majority vote required. We'll try a voice vote first. All those in favor? All those opposed? The noes have it, and the motion fails. This time, that completes all the business before us for the Springtown meeting of 2024. Do we have a motion to adjourn and dissolve? So moved. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Town meeting is adjourned. You're welcome.